Small-Town Billionaire, a Christian small-town romance. Sweet Home Billionaires. Written by Joe Abbot. Narrated by Kandace Peppers. Chapter 1. Shannon Kendrick gulped down a hot cup of coffee as fast as she dared before she turned to put on her apron that read, Southern Pines Country Club. The white shirt of her waitress uniform still held a few wrinkles, and her blonde hair was pulled back in a ponytail, but a few wisps of hair had escaped and fell in front of her face. She tucked the pieces behind her ear and prepared herself to walk out of the restaurant kitchen and into the dining area to greet any customers. Get it together, she told herself. Don't think about anything but being here right now. As hard as she tried, it was hard to convince herself. Thoughts of the final exams she had looming over her were hard to shake. In the dining room, she put on a fake smile and tried to act cheerful. Smiles and cheerfulness earned better tips, and she wanted as much as she could make. Good morning. How are you today? Her southern accent only added to her charm. Just coffee and scrambled eggs. The dark-headed man handed her the menu without looking her in the eyes. Yes, sir. Her blue eyes searched his face. Busy morning? She asked in an effort to get him to look her way. It didn't work. He only uttered a grunt that she took as an answer. She glanced over his black pinstripe business suit and expensive-looking shoes before answering. All right, coffee and eggs coming right up. Back in the kitchen, she handed in the order to the cook, then reached for a coffee cup. Good morning, Shannon. Paige, the restaurant manager and Shannon's friend, carried a clipboard and checked off her list of supplies. Nice to hear someone thinks so. Oh? Yeah. Shannon filled the mug with hot coffee. Our one and only guest in the dining room doesn't seem to find this a very good morning. I wonder why. Don't know. And I'm sure he's not going to tell me. He barely said 2 words. And I put on my super friendly smile, too. Paige said, as she peered out the small window in the kitchen door. I don't recognize him, she said. I don't either. Oh well, maybe that means he hasn't been here before, and he won't be again. Shannon. Paige gave her a look. What? Shannon shrugged. I don't mind waiting on people. I can smile and be nice. But if you can't even say good morning back to someone, I think there was a problem with your raising. Paige laughed. No matter what, he's here, which means he's a member, and we treat all our members with the same courtesy. So how about you just take him his coffee and keep smiling? Aye, aye, Captain. Shannon smiled at her friend with a little salute. She carried the coffee cup on a saucer in one hand and a small bowl with cream containers in the other. Here you go, she said as she placed the coffee on the table. Would you like cream? She asked. No, he replied quickly. He did manage to look up to glance at her as he said it. All right, no problem, she smiled tensely. Your eggs will be out in just a minute. He looked up at her without a word, then drank his coffee and looked the other way. Taking advantage of the golf course on this sunny day? Shannon tried again. The man looked at her and furrowed his eyebrows in a disapproving look. No. That's a shame. It's a perfect day for it. He looked her in the face and snapped at her. Look, I'm just here for breakfast, not to chit-chat or play golf. Shannon tried to maintain her composure as she said, "Yes, sir." She cleared her throat to keep from saying anything she would regret. "Well, enjoy your breakfast." She flashed her best smile. When he didn't say anything, Shannon turned to the kitchen. Only one word came to mind: jerk. She had dealt with plenty of rich people in her work at the country club. Most of the members were kind to her, and they usually spoke with her happily. But there were always a few people who treated her more like a servant. She had gotten used to that. Money wasn't everything to her. Sure, she needed it to pay for school, and she liked having enough to buy groceries, but she wasn't one to turn her head at a fancy suit. Her parents had brought her up in a simple life in this small town, and she was happy with it. And Shannon had worked hard for everything she had, and that made her proud. So what if a dude is rude to me at breakfast? Shannon thought to herself as she headed towards another table, where an elderly couple was now seated. That's nothing unusual. I deal with difficult customers all the time. So then why was it bothering her so much? Maybe it was the way he spoke to her, or just the fact that her coffee hadn't kicked in yet. But she knew it had more to do with the suit and attitude that told her he was a wealthy man that didn't care about people he thought beneath him. Hudson Jennings took his keys from the valet and climbed into his black sports car. He loosened his tie and unbuttoned the top button of his collared shirt. His head pounded with the headache that had started early this morning, following the conversation he had with his father. "You will be taking over the company, and that's final," his father had said. There was no use arguing anymore. It was all they had done for months, maybe even for years. Ever since he had told his father he wasn't interested in taking over Jennings Enterprises. "I guess there's nothing to do about it now," Hudson said out loud as he pulled away from the country club. Wanting to live your own life was one thing, but trying to do it without any financial assistance wasn't something he could do. But he knew he was letting his anger take over, and he needed to calm down. He hit the button on his steering wheel to tell his phone to call his office. "Hi, Alice." "Hello, Mr. Jennings." "I'll be out of the office the rest of the day. I'll be available on my cell or by email if I'm needed. And if my father calls, tell him I'll be at the board meeting on Friday as requested." "Yes, sir." "Thank you, Alice. Enjoy the quiet office today." He hung up the phone and focused on driving. He didn't know where he was going, but he knew it would take him all day to come to grips with the decision he had made. As he drove through the countryside, he should have been noticing the scenery. That was part of why he had come to Pine Haven, Alabama. He had grown tired of the city, bustling here and there all the time, the constant meetings, phone calls, and more than anything, dealing with his father. When Hudson had graduated from college, he had hoped to head off on his own path, but Walter Jennings would hear none of that. He had an office set up for Hudson before he finished his last final, and he was to report Monday morning following his graduation on Saturday. Now Hudson shook his head to clear his mind of thoughts of the past. He hit another button to call the other number on his speed dial. "Hey man, what's up in the middle of nowhere?" his friend Pete answered on the first ring. "Just driving through nothing and enjoying the scenery." It was partially a lie, but Pete already knew how Hudson felt about his father's work. "When are you coming down to visit?" Pete laughed out loud. "Never said I would." "Come on. Don't you want to see if it's changed?" "Nope." Pete had grown up in Pine Haven. He had been the one to tell Hudson about it. So when Hudson wanted to make a change, Pete said he knew of an older house on the edge of his hometown that he could hide out in. It's really pretty here, Pete. Hudson could hear his friend sigh over the phone. Yeah, I guess so. You don't notice those kind of things much when you're a teenager wanting to get the heck out of Dodge. But there are too many people there who know me a little too well, or at least know who I was. It's not something I want to revisit, but I'm glad it's working out for you. Hudson sighed now, too. I think Mom likes the views, and that makes it worth it. But I don't know how much time I could keep spending here. Walter is giving me an ultimatum. Hudson referred to his father by his first name whenever possible. Oh, yeah? Wants you to actually work the business? Yep. Oh, how terrible that sounds. Pete's voice dripped with sarcasm. As a self-made, hard-working man, Peter Collins liked to tease his friend about being born into a wealthy family. It's not that I mind work. It's just the kind of work. I would like to start something of my own and work at it with my own two hands. You should agree with that part. I do. It's pretty satisfying to start something from scratch and see it grow. But still, you can't complain too much about having this handed to you. Hudson thought that he could complain about it, but he wouldn't right now. All right, man, I know you've got work to do. You just let me know if you change your mind about visiting. We've got plenty of room. I'll think about it, but I'm sure you'll be back here soon, so let's see each other then. You got it. Talk to you later. Later, Pete said. Hudson focused on the road and rolled down the window. It even smells different here, he thought. Not dirty and smoky like the city. Here it's... He tried to think of how to describe it. Fresh. Yes, it just smells fresh and real. He passed by an elementary school where the kids were playing outside. He saw a young boy climbing a tree on the edge of the playground. Hudson had never climbed a tree. He couldn't even remember playing outside as a boy. I'm sure I did, he thought, but I don't remember any of that. There were plenty of other things he did remember, like fancy dinners where he had to dress up in little suits and sit still, and weeks going by where he never saw his father. He also remembered his mother. She was there for him through all of it. She didn't complain, but Hudson saw how hard it was on her, raising two boys on her own. It was that thought that made him turn the car around and head towards home. 40 minutes later, he pulled into the long driveway of the old Southern home. He parked in front of the two-story, white, colonial-style house. He walked through the large, decorative front doors, and his shoes clicked across the hardwood floor. All the rooms in the house were original, but most of the interior had been redone. The house had been unoccupied for several years, and in disrepair when Hudson purchased it. He passed through the foyer and up the wide staircase to the family living area. He made his way to his mother's room. He knocked before entering, and a voice said, "Come in." It wasn't his mother. The nurse met him and spoke again. "Hello, Mr. Jennings. We waited for you." "Thank you. How is she today?" "About the same as usual, but she's had a good morning." "That's good." He walked purposefully to the bedside and took his mother's hand. "Hi, Mom," he said gently. She looked at him and gave a small smile. She looked confused just for a moment before saying, "John?" He sighed. "Not today." "No, Mom, it's me, Hudson." "Hudson?" "Yes, Mom." She looked at him for a minute. "Where's John?" She spoke of his older brother. "He's not here, Mom." "Could you call him and tell him to come home?" He hung his head. "Sure, Mom." "I'm tired," she said. "That's all right, Mom. I'll see you tomorrow." The nurse came in then. "I'm sorry, Mr. Jennings. Maybe tomorrow." She gave him a sad smile. "Yes, maybe." He stared at the floor for a moment. "Thanks for keeping her awake for me." "Of course." He left the room and closed the door behind him. For a moment, he leaned against the door and let his head fall back. It was hard to see her that way. She wasn't the mother he knew and loved. But he would keep coming to see her, each day hoping she remembered who he was. Sometimes she did, and sometimes, like today, she didn't. All he could do was show up and hope. Chapter 2. "Shannon, do you have time to talk with me before you leave today?" Paige asked. Shannon was rushing through the kitchen and only looked over her shoulder to answer. Maybe just a few minutes. I have to get to class." "That's fine. We can make it quick." Shannon wondered what Paige wanted to talk about. She didn't think she had done anything to get in trouble. Still, she couldn't help feeling a little bit nervous. She tried to shake it off as she entered the dining room. The restaurant had seating for 70. Dark cherry tables and chairs were spread throughout the room. Large windows on one side opened up to a view of the golf course, and the back wall featured a large stone fireplace. At the front entryway, there was a long counter with high-top leather stools, and beyond the counter was the door to the kitchen. Shannon had just finished carrying a tray of delicious-looking pancakes to an older woman and her 2 grandchildren. The little boy was about to pour syrup all over the table. Shannon smiled at the older woman as she handed her more napkins. "Good luck." When she turned around to another table where a guest had just been seated, her good mood faded away. "Great," she thought to herself. "It's Mr. Rudeness." There he was in another dark suit. Shannon took a deep breath and forced a smile. "Good morning," she said as she approached the table. "Kill him with kindness," she told herself. She was pretty sure she saw him jump at the sound of her voice, but he covered it up when he looked at her. "Can I start you off with some coffee? We have some specials today. Our chef has made, yes, coffee," he said, cutting her off, "and scrambled eggs." He waved his hand as if to shoo her away and pointed at his ear where Shannon could see a Bluetooth device. He spoke to the person in his ear, and she turned to go. Shannon rolled her eyes once she was out of sight of the man. Once she had taken him his plain, black coffee and boring scrambled eggs, she said, "Let me know if you need anything else." He kept his eyes on his computer screen and didn't acknowledge her. "Ugh," Shannon groaned inwardly, despite the smile on her face. He just bugged her with his short answers and his fancy phone accessories. She let her eyes roam his face, which she would have said was handsome if he didn't have a scowl across it. Even sitting down, she could tell that he was tall, and see that his suit fit perfectly across his muscular chest. If he smiled at her, she had a feeling she could have melted right into the floor. But she felt she was pretty safe from that. Shannon tried to finish her shift without thinking about him or about what Paige wanted to talk to her about, but she was even more nervous than before when she walked to the kitchen at the end of her shift and found Russell Pierce, the club manager and Paige's fiancé, at Paige's desk. "Hi, Mr. Pierce." She smiled timidly and smoothed her apron. "Hey, Shannon. Paige will be here in just a minute," Russell said. "I'm here now." Paige came from the large pantry room and took a seat at her desk. She had pulled in 2 chairs, and she motioned for Shannon and Russell to sit as well. I asked Russell to join us, but I did promise we would keep it short. Okay. Shannon put on a smile and hoped they couldn't hear her heart pounding. Shannon, you have faithfully served as a waitress here for a long time, both in the restaurant and assisting with events at the club. We've taken notice of your help at several of the recent weddings, especially as Brooke has found it harder to be hands-on with events during her pregnancy, and we're very grateful for you, Paige said. Shannon breathed a little easier. Oh, that's nice of you to say. I just wanted to help out. And you've done a wonderful job. You've shown that you're very familiar with how things work around here and helped in a way we didn't even know was needed. Russell spoke now. As you may know, Brooke has been planning to resign when she has the baby. Oh, I didn't know. We've interviewed a few candidates, but we haven't found anyone we feel is a good fit to take over as event coordinator. Oh? Shannon's heart started to pound again. Paige has told me that after graduation you plan to move. Yes, I've been talking with a kids' camp for foster kids in Louisiana. They need a director for their girls' program, and I'll be going there to work. But I don't start there until the fall. I've always wanted to work with kids and make a difference. Of course, we're glad for you to pursue your dream, but we wanted to offer you the position of interim event coordinator so that we can take longer to find a permanent replacement. Brooke will be here until the middle of May, so you would start after graduation, and it might give you more time to plan your move in the fall. Oh, wow. Paige laughed. Is that a good wow? Oh, yeah. I'm not planning to move until after your wedding anyway, so if you could find someone by then, that would be great. But the timing sounds perfect. So you'll do it? Russell asked. Yes, of course, she said, but then paused and cleared her throat. Well, I guess I should ask about the pay and benefits and such. You will move to a salaried position for the duration of your time here. You can accrue paid vacation time, but if you're here less than 6 months, that might not apply. Shannon nodded. That's fine, as long as it pays more than waitressing. I'll be thrilled. And my parents will be pretty happy too. Great, Paige smiled. Russell stood. We won't keep you from class. HR will draw up the papers with the details and need some information and signatures from you, but you can do that at your next shift. We'll also want you to start working with Brooke over the next few weeks, but you and Paige can work that out with your schedule. All right, thank you. She shook Russell's hand as she stood. I have to run now, but I appreciate this opportunity, and I'm just glad to be able to help with the transition. Shannon took off her apron, gathered her things, and went to leave. She felt proud for being asked, and she hoped she would do a good job. And she couldn't help but smile at the tiny thought that she wouldn't have to serve scrambled eggs to Mr. Rudeness anymore. Chapter 3. What's on my calendar for today? Hudson stood over his desk and spoke to his secretary who sat in the chair opposite him. A teleconference with OneSource Technologies at 10 about some investment ideas, and your father requested to have lunch over video call with you. Hudson fought the urge to roll his eyes. All right, he said. What else? You asked me to remind you that the time is coming up for the annual charity event. Oh, yes, we should get to work on that. I'm sure my father hasn't mentioned it. Alice's face tipped down a bit. No, sir. Was a venue already chosen before? He didn't finish the sentence. No, sir, your mother hadn't secured anything. Hudson stared off for a moment, and a thought came to him. Alice, I think it would be nice if we changed things up this year. Alice's eyebrows rose slowly, and Hudson knew she was getting nervous, even though she tried to hide it. Yes, sir. What ideas do you have? He stood and went to the window. The office, any office, made him feel stifled from any creativity. Looking outside the glass seemed to help. When my mother first started doing a charity event when I was a teenager, it was always a local affair. Staring out over Main Street, he thought about his mother. She wanted to help people in the community around her, but that had been before Walter Jennings got involved. Once he got his hands in it, he wanted it to be a big publicity deal, but that was never my mother's goal. Hudson thought about this little town he had moved to. Turning to his assistant, who was patiently waiting in the silence, he said, I think we need to host an event to help the community here. Alice's face showed her surprise, but she didn't argue. Yes, sir. Do you know of any needs in the community? No, but I think I know someone who does. I'll work on that today. And where would you like to have the event? Hudson already had an idea about that too, the country club. She raised her eyebrows again. Do you think it's large enough for an event for Jennings Enterprises? Hudson shrugged. I'm sure we could make something work. Maybe it won't be the same as in past years. He paused. But maybe that's a good thing. Very well, I'll call and set up a meeting for you. All right, thank you, Alice. That's it for now. Once his assistant was gone, Hudson took a seat at his desk. He tried to focus on the papers in front of him, but he couldn't. He stood back up and walked over to the large picture window. The view of the mountains in the distance made him think of his office in New York. His office on the top floor of the high-rise building gave him a view of the city. Some might have thought it very pretty. Just a bunch of buildings, he thought. It had been a few weeks since his father's ultimatum, take over or get out. And while Hudson was going through the motions, his heart was elsewhere. Staring out the window now, he almost wished he shared his father's dream of business, but he didn't. Maybe one day I'll find a way to combine my business with my passion, he thought. But that would have to wait. He picked up the phone and made a call. Russell, it's Hudson Jennings. Russell and Hudson had met the first time Hudson had visited the club. Since then, they had had lunch together a few times. Russell had told him to let him know any way he could help him settle in the community. Hi, Hudson, how are you? Hudson smiled at the question. In New York, business calls were quick and to the point. No one stopped him to ask how he was. But here in the South, everyone did. I'm good. I have a project I'm working on, and I wondered if you could help me. Sure, what's up? My mother has hosted a charity event every year for a long time. It's turned into quite a high society event in New York, but it didn't start out that way. She started it because she wanted to help out in the local community. Since I'm hosting the event myself this year, I thought I would take it back to its roots. That sounds nice, Russell said. How can I help? Hudson rubbed his chin. I'd like to host the event at the club, but my assistant is calling to set that up. I need some information about the community. I would like to do a fundraiser for something that would be good for the town. But I'm still new around here and I don't know what the needs are. Could you help me research that and come up with some ideas? Of course, I like to think I know most of the people in town and I have a few ideas off the top of my head. But let me talk to some of the town leadership and I'll get back to you with some options. Would that be all right? That would be perfect. Now? Like today? Now? Shannon felt herself repeating the same words, but couldn't make herself stop. She was about to be in full-on panic mode. The past 2 weeks had gone by in a blur. She was working with Brooke, learning all the details of the events, and squeezing in studying in every possible second outside of work. She had been managing it all well, despite the fact that mixed in with counseling topics and history dates, her brain was full of room measurements, names of flower arrangements, and electrical outlet locations. Yes, effective immediately, Paige interrupted the repetition. But I'm not ready. Yes, you are. You can do this. Brooke has shown you everything, and you can do it. But I was supposed to work with her longer. She's not supposed to have the baby yet. It's 3 weeks early. Well, she is, and there's nothing we can do about that, so you're up. Paige sounded a little too cheery. Okay, but really, today? Yes. We have a very important guest coming in to start planning their event. Hudson Jennings of Jennings Enterprises. He'll be here at 4. Don't worry, I'll join you for this meeting since it's your first time. And Russell said he would try to stop by. He knows Mr. Jennings. Shannon tried to take deep breaths. All right, okay. All right. She begged her brain to stop. I'll see you at 4. At 3:55, Shannon sat down at the table in the small conference room. Normally, guests planning events might meet with the event coordinator in her office, or even the restaurant. But from what Shannon had gathered, Mr. Jennings, whoever he was, wasn't just a normal guest. Shannon fiddled with the collar of her shirt and tried not to clench her teeth. She wanted to be ready to jump into the position, but she hadn't been ready to dive into the deep end right off the bat. More like the ocean, she thought to herself. Paige sat to her right, cool as a cucumber. Shannon laid out her notebook and calendar and an assortment of color-coded pens. The doors opened and she and Paige both stood to greet the guest. In walked a man wearing a dark suit. He was tall and dark-headed and a little familiar. Shannon's eyes opened wide and she nearly fell back in her chair. Hi, Mr. Jennings. I'm Paige, the restaurant manager, and this is Shannon Kendrick, our event coordinator. Shannon slowly reached out her hand. Hi, nice to meet you. Hi. Hudson shook her hand and looked at her but gave no indication that he recognized her. Of course, we've met before, she smiled, but her voice held a challenge. Have we? He tilted his head at her. In the restaurant? She let that hang. When he said nothing, she finally admitted, I used to work as a waitress. I've seen you for breakfast many times. And you were usually rude. Oh, my apologies. I guess you look different outside of the restaurant. Shannon gave a half laugh. I guess so. She told herself to let it go. Please have a seat. I'm interested to see what you have planned, he said. Shannon tried to mask her shock. Well, we really don't have anything planned. Paige interjected. What Shannon means is we have a lot of options you can choose from, but no decisions are set in stone yet. I see. Hudson rubbed his chin. I don't really know much about these things. You see, the charity event has always been my mother's affair, but she's unable to do it this year. But it means a lot to our family personally, so I wanted to oversee it myself. I see. Shannon smiled the best she could. No worries. We will walk you through every step. We host many events every year, and while no one event is the same, we pride ourselves on making the planning of the event smooth and easy for you. Sounds great. I'm happy to see what you have to offer. I just need to be done by 5. Then we better jump right in, Shannon said. To the ocean, she thought to herself. She proceeded to show him pictures and diagrams of the ballroom with options for table placement, followed by entertainment and music options that the club could book. Paige stepped in to discuss food and servers for the event. An hour later, they had made a good head start. Hudson had mostly nodded as they showed him things. To his credit, he had asked some good questions about table setup and entertainment, but things like decor and food seemed out of his league. He looked at his watch and rose to leave. "This has been very helpful. Are we good then?" Shannon and Paige looked at each other and back at him wide-eyed. Shannon took it on herself to answer. "We have made some headway, but there are still plenty of things to decide. Why don't we plan to meet again in a few days? Paige can have a sample menu for us to look at, and I will make notes of the things we talked about today and what we need to continue to discuss." He looked at his watch again. "All right, I need to run. Could you please contact my assistant to schedule something?" "Thank you, ladies. Nice to meet you. See you again." With that, he headed for the door. Shannon watched him go and then turned to Paige and shrugged. At least he said please. Chapter 4. I couldn't believe it. "Call my assistant," she imitated in a deep male voice. Who does this guy think he is? Well, he is Hudson Jennings of Jennings Enterprises. Well, yeah, there's that. She rolled her eyes, but then smiled at Paige. I know he's kind of a big deal. Yes, he is. He's got enough zeros in his bank account to buy the whole town and not blink an eye. But he could be more polite. Paige shrugged. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe he's just shy or something. It's possible, but not probable. Anyway, I've got a meeting with him tomorrow morning for breakfast. Will you be able to have the food options for us by then? Of course. Do you think we could do a little spread with the breakfast special? Maybe get the guy to eat something besides scrambled eggs and black coffee? Paige smiled. Sure, I can put that together. Thanks. I'd better get back to my office and put the finishing touches on my presentation for tomorrow, since he's kind of a big deal. And not too bad on the eyes, either. Paige wiggled her eyebrows. Excuse me? Oh, come on, you have to have noticed he's attractive. Shannon gave her a blank stare. Actually, I haven't. He's been too rude for me to notice. Mm-hmm. I'll just pretend like I believe you. Very funny. Pretend all you want. I'm going to get some work done. Shannon headed to her own office down the hall. Of course, she had just lied to her friend. But she couldn't admit it. She hated that it was true. But she had noticed Hudson's good looks. Despite her annoyance with him, she couldn't stop herself from letting her eyes roam over his chiseled jaw, dark wavy hair, and his eyes. Oh, his eyes. So deep and dark, Shannon felt lost if she met his gaze. She shook her head, but none of that was worth thinking about right now. Maybe he was handsome, and maybe that made it tolerable to be in the room with him. But there's nothing else tolerable about him. The next morning, Shannon had everything set out to near perfection. She chose the conference room again for their meeting, and Paige had brought over breakfast as promised. Today's special was French toast topped with berries and whipped cream. There were 2 plates of the dish, plus a large side of scrambled eggs. There was also a carafe of hot coffee and a tray of cream and sugar. Shannon set up all the food to one side of the table, and the other side had photos of decorations from previous events to show Mr. Jennings. She glanced at her watch. 2 minutes until their appointment time. Her stomach growled. and she was tempted to start eating the meal without him, but she resisted. At exactly 7 o'clock, the doors opened, and Russell entered with Mr. Jennings at his side. "Hey, Shannon, I guess you've met Hudson. We've had a meeting this morning, so I thought I would walk him in. Sorry, I have to run off." "That's all right. Thank you for all your help." Hudson reached out and shook Russell's hand. "Let's get together soon." What was that on his face? A smile? Shannon almost didn't recognize him. "Absolutely. I'll leave you with Shannon now. I'm sure you have plenty to talk about." As soon as the door shut, Hudson turned to face Shannon, and it nearly knocked her off her feet. His smile was still in place, and his eyes looked different than before, somehow not as dark and gloomy. "Good morning," he said happily. "Good morning," Shannon smiled. "Nice to see you smiling today," she said. Immediately she regretted that. Her eyes widened, and she tried to think of something to say to cover up her comment. Hudson laughed. "I guess I'm in a good mood today." "Any reason why?" Maybe. Just a good day, I suppose." "Well, I'm glad to hear it," Shannon said. "I took the liberty of having our chef prepare some breakfast for us. He made today's special, French toast with berries. It looks delicious." "I'll just have coffee." Shannon's blood boiled. "Are you sure it's no trouble?" "I'm sure." "Very well, then." Shannon had hoped to eat at the same time, but now she was irritated and hungry. "Let's jump in, then." Shannon showed him all the pictures and pointed out options of flowers, centerpieces, and went over the menu options. Hudson did little more than nod and mumble a few mm-hms throughout her presentation. She knew this event was a big deal, and she was trying her best, but finally she could take no more. "Mr. Jennings." Her voice rose slightly, and she tried to sound firm. Obviously that got his attention. His eyes met hers for the first time. "Yes?" He sounded surprised. "I can't help but feel you aren't very interested in these options. Am I on the wrong track? Have I disappointed you in some way?" His eyes opened wide in shock. "No, I just really don't know what to pick. This was my mother's thing, so I'm a little lost." "But that's what I'm here for. I can offer suggestions, and honestly, they are all good options. So mostly you just need to pick one." "Could you just do it?" Now it was her turn to be taken aback. "You want me to make all the decisions myself?" "Sure, why not?" For a second, she considered agreeing. After all, that might be easiest. But she stood her ground. "Mr. Jennings, that's not really my job. You need to decide what you want for the event." The corners of his mouth lifted in a half smile, and he seemed to really notice her for the first time. "You're a little bit forward, aren't you?" That was it. "And you're a little bit rude." Her hand almost went to her mouth as she began to feel the need to apologize. But she decided she would give it a minute. He said nothing, but his eyes went to hers and seemed to search for her meaning. "Rude?" he asked slowly. "Yes, I'm taking a lot of time to show you these choices and put together this presentation, and you don't seem to appreciate that at all. You could do better than one-word answers and grunts." Now she was pretty sure she had gone too far. He sat for what felt like an eternity without saying anything. "My apologies, miss." He paused again. It dawned on Shannon that he still didn't know her name. She raised her eyebrows at him and offered, "Miss Kendrick." "Thank you, Miss Kendrick. I apologize. I'll try to take more of an interest." His phone buzzed at the moment, and he glanced at the message on the screen. But for now, I need to be going." With that, once again he stood and left. Shannon stood too and threw her hands up in the air. Hudson drove back to his house as quickly as he could. He knew days like today were few and far between. He had been fairly sure when he left for his meeting that things would change before he could make it back. So when he got the text from the nurse saying his mother was awake and asking for him, he was thrilled to hurry back to her side. A good day indeed, he thought to himself. Not only had his mother recognized him this morning, but he was thrilled when he talked to Russell and got his ideas for the fundraiser. "I've learned about a few needs in town that I think might be a good fit," Russell had said when they met in his office before Hudson's appointment with Shannon. "The first is that the library could always use donations. A lot of the collection is older and needs to be updated." "All right," Hudson nodded as he listened. The library was a good idea, but he didn't know if it was the best. Of course, there's the food pantries at a few of the local churches. The school playground is in need of some new equipment. But I also talked to the mayor, and he said they've been trying to find the funds to buy a new fire truck. Hudson's face lit up. "A fire truck?" "Yes, I know that might be a big order, but it's something the town has needed for a while." "That's perfect." "Really?" Russell asked, his voice filling with excitement. "Yes, I love it. That's exactly what I want to do." "Great," Russell said. "I'll put you in touch with the mayor and the fire chief, and y'all can work out all the details together." Hudson had been so thrilled with the idea that he walked into his appointment like he was floating on a cloud. But now, as he drove towards his house, he was reminded of Shannon's words. "Nice to see you smiling today." Had he really not smiled when she had seen him before? He could admit that his life situation wasn't currently something he was thrilled about. But was he walking around looking miserable? He did smile when he thought of the way she told him off. "She's got spunk," he said out loud to himself. "I like that." He sighed as he thought about what she must think of him. Before his thoughts could get too far away from him, he decided to pray. "God, I know I'm still getting used to talking to you, but I know I read that I'm supposed to be more joyful than this. I don't really like what's going on in my life right now. I don't want to run the company and be in this business for the rest of my life. I don't want to deal with my dad. And I can't handle what's going on with my mom." He paused and swallowed hard to push down the emotion rising. "I want my mom to be better, and I want her to know me every day. But I can't change any of those things. So God, would you please help me to have joy anyway? And please, don't let me become one of those bitter, grumpy people. I certainly don't want to be rude. Please help me, God." Hudson felt a little lighter as he ended his prayer, and even maybe a little joyful too. He smiled as he thought again of the cute, little blonde woman who tucked her hair behind her ears every 60 seconds. But now he pulled up in the front of the house and bounded up the front steps and through the house to his mother's room. He practically held his breath, and he took slow steps towards the bed where she sat propped up. She smiled at him as he approached and quietly said, "Hi, Mom." She squinted her eyes and patted the hand he reached out to her. She stared at him for several moments before she said, "Where's John?" Hudson dropped his head. He kept his hands firmly wrapped around his mother's as he glanced at the nurse sitting on the other side of the bed. She shook her head. "I'm sorry, Mr. Jennings. She just slipped away again." Hudson sighed. "It's all right. It was a good morning anyway." Chapter 5. The next day, Hudson had plenty of work to do in the office. But he made a decision that he wanted to remedy a situation before he got to any of his tasks. He wasn't great at apologizing, and he was definitely no expert on women, but he decided he would try. He held a bouquet of yellow daisies in one hand and a coffee with too many frilly names for him to remember in the other. The woman at the front desk of the club pointed him in the direction of Ms. Kendrick's office. He took a deep breath before he knocked. He could stand confidently before a board of directors of a billion-dollar company, but he felt nervous to speak one-on-one to an outspoken blonde woman. "Come in," said a voice as soon as he knocked. Hudson walked through the door and tried out his best smile. "Good morning." "Mr. Jennings." Her mouth fell open, and her eyes were open wide in shock. She slowly stood, but no more words came out. "Please, I would much prefer for you to call me Hudson." Shannon stared for several beats before she finally looked at his face and seemed to recover. "Sure, of course, Mr. Hudson. Please call me Shannon." "Well, Shannon, I just wanted to come by and apologize for my behavior. I haven't meant to be rude or difficult, but I realized something last night." He sighed, and a pained expression came over his face as he looked her in the eye. "You're the waitress that I snapped at during breakfast, aren't you?" Shannon didn't hide the truth. "Yes, I am." She crossed her arms and gave him a pointed look. He dropped his gaze, but only for a moment. "I'm sorry. That was wrong of me. I felt bad about it when I left, but then I forgot all about it. I think God brought it to my memory last night, and I remembered your face. I shouldn't have said what I did. I've just been—" He wasn't sure how to say this. "I've just been going through a rough patch. That morning I'd been given some news that I didn't want to hear, and I let it get to me. But that's no excuse. And I'm sorry that you saw that negativity in me. I hope you'll forgive me and we can move forward." Uh, of course, that's very kind of you," Shannon said, her eyes still wide. Hudson watched as her gaze went to the flowers he held. "Oh yes, these are for you. A little peace offering. I've heard that daisies are the friendliest flowers, so maybe I will remember to be more friendly." Shannon slowly reached out and took the flowers gingerly, as if they were made of crystal that she was afraid to drop. "And I don't know how you take coffee, but this smells good, and it's made with some kind of vanilla and cream and cinnamon, I think." Shannon took the coffee and seemed to come around a bit. "Thank you. This really wasn't necessary." "I know, but it was necessary for me to apologize." "Please, would you like to sit down?" Shannon asked. She looked as if she might fall over if she didn't sit herself, so Hudson agreed and took a seat. "I've been thinking about the options for the event. As you know, my mother has always planned this event, so I thought it might help if I brought you some pictures from past events, and that would give you an idea of her style. I also decided that when you ask me to choose an option, I can think about what she would like, and then pick one. Since you've worked so hard to come up with all the good options, I can't go wrong with that, can I?" Shannon shook her head slightly. "No, you can't. That seems like a good idea, and I think that will help us move forward. Would you like to talk about the event now? I have some time this morning." "No, actually, I've got to go, but I have some time tomorrow morning or this afternoon." They set a time to meet later that afternoon, and Hudson stood and left the room. After he closed the door behind him, he wondered if he had been awkward or made things worse. He also thought that he probably should have said goodbye. He covered his face with his hand and determined to work on his social skills. Shannon sank back into her desk chair and blew out the breath she was holding in. What in the world? She asked out loud. Her hand flew to her forehead, and then her fingers ran down the length of her hair. She began to twirl a lock of her long blonde hair as she tried to wrap her mind around what had just happened. Is he for real? She thought. Did someone tell him he was rude? Oh, right, I think I did. She bit her lip now and regretted those words. But if it made him realize his behavior, maybe it wasn't so bad. She stared again at the flowers. No one has ever brought me flowers. She knew one thing. She was glad she had until 2 o'clock to gather herself and prepare to meet with the handsome man who might be Mr. Not So Rude after all. At 1:55, Shannon sat in her office with her desk perfectly prepared. She had a photo album of table centerpieces with sticky notes on pages she wanted to show Hudson. She also had a list of food options for him to go over. On the corner of her desk was a vase now holding the daisies. She had gone to the event storage room to find it. Exactly at 2 o'clock, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Shannon called out, her nerves rising to her throat. She had dreaded meeting with Mr. Jennings before. Now she was nervous to see him again. Which man would show up? Mr. Rudeness or Mr. Friendly? "Hi." Hudson came in the door with a smile. Friendly, Shannon thought to herself. "Hi, nice to see you again." "You too. Wow." His eyes roamed her desk as he saw all that she had prepared. "Looks like you've got everything ready. And I know we have some decisions to make today. I don't want to keep taking all your time." He smiled at her, and everything she had thought about him proved to be true. Without a scowl and an air of entitlement, he was strikingly handsome. Shannon turned her gaze to her desk so she wouldn't stare into his eyes. "No worries, but I hope we will be able to conquer a good bit of this today." "Let's do it," Hudson said, taking a seat. "All right, let's start with the flowers. I've marked a few pages." "I've thought about flowers," Hudson interrupted her, "and I think I've made a decision." "All right," Shannon swallowed, trying to hide her frustration that he was changing things again. "I don't know if I've mentioned, but my mother grew up in the South." I didn't know." "Her favorite thing she always used to mention is magnolias. And since the event is here for the first time instead of New York, I think we should make it look Southern. So I would like to do magnolias for the centerpieces." Shannon watched him as he spoke about his mother. She couldn't help feeling just a bit of awe. "That sounds lovely," she said. She picked up the album and flipped a few pages to find some magnolias. "Something like this?" She pointed to a picture with magnolias placed around the table. "Or this?" She pointed again to an arrangement in a tall vase. "The vase one, I think. It looks very classy." "I agree," Shannon said. She smiled as she wrote down the information on her planning sheet. "Well, that's one decision." Hudson smiled. "Yes, only 700 to go?" Shannon laughed. "Something like that." They moved on to tablecloths and table arrangements, and things seemed to move more quickly now. Shannon would ask a few questions, show Hudson 2 or 3 options, and he would pick one. Shannon couldn't help but feel that the inspiration from his mother was driving him, and that it made him that much more attractive. When it was time to talk about food, Shannon asked, "What kind of food does your mother like?" Hudson laughed. "Cheeseburgers and hot dogs, but I don't think that works for this event." She enjoyed planning events where people could enjoy themselves, but fancy wasn't really her thing. "We could do heavy hors d'oeuvres and choose an assortment of things. Unless you want to do a sit-down meal, and then we could pick 2 entrees for guests to choose from." I think hors d'oeuvres is a good idea, so people can have choices. What about some kind of big dessert table? Now you're talking my language, Shannon said. She turned to her laptop and began clicking through a folder of images. We did a wedding recently where we had an entire dessert bar. There were cakes and cookies, even ice cream and toppings, pies, cake truffles, all kinds of stuff. That sounds amazing. Hudson's eyes were wide. Oh, Shannon turned and met his eyes with a serious look. It was. I'm trying to find a picture. I don't even need to see a picture. That's what I want. My mother loves desserts. He stopped to smile. And so do I. Done, Shannon said, writing in her planner. Dessert bar. So, she looked up at Hudson. Will your mother be able to attend the event? To see all your hard work? Hudson dropped his gaze to the desk, and his countenance fell. No. Shannon panicked on the inside. Oh, I shouldn't have said that, she thought. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset you, she said. Hudson shrugged. It's all right, it's just that... He sighed heavily. Well, it's just that my mother isn't able to plan the event or attend because she's very ill. Shannon's hand went to her chest. I'm so sorry. Me too, Hudson whispered. He cleared his throat and seemed to want to change the subject. So, have you always wanted to be an event planner? Me? The question shocked Shannon. Oh, no, well, I'm really only here as the interim event coordinator. I've been helping out with events with the coordinator until she left and had her baby. I'll just be here until the fall. Oh, and then what will you do? I'm going to Louisiana to work for a camp for foster children. Hudson stared at her, and she didn't know if it was disapproval or interest. That's different, he said. Shannon laughed. Different than what? Than what most people say. I usually hear things like find a career where I can make good money or start my own company. Shannon shrugged. That's not something I've ever been interested in. I just want to be happy in my job and I want to help people. Make them feel like they're worth someone's time and effort. He furrowed his eyebrows again. That's admirable. Thanks, Shannon said. Do you like what you do? Hudson seemed to take a minute to answer that. My responsibilities aren't really about liking my job, but I've spent long enough being negative about it, as you witnessed by my actions in our last few meetings, so I'm trying to make the best of it and have a more positive outlook. Shannon wasn't sure whether to feel impressed or incredibly sad for him. I guess sometimes that's the best thing you can do. Yes. His voice was quiet, and when Shannon looked up to meet his gaze, he seemed resolved to the idea. Something flickered inside her when their eyes met. A brief moment of connection, and it made her wonder if he really wasn't just a rich guy in a suit. She cleared her throat and refocused on her list in front of her. I think we've covered most everything now. Did you have any other special requests for the event? You'll be there, right? Yes, I will. Then I'm sure you will handle everything beautifully. Shannon felt her heart flutter at the compliment. Thank you. I will certainly do my best. I'm sure you will. Hudson's eyes sparkled. The main thing left is the invitation and poster design. I will be sending all the details to our designer for that, but I will need you to proof and approve it. Sure. Will I need to come back in, or can I do that over email? Email is fine. Hudson stood, reached in his pocket, and pulled out a business card and handed it to her when she stood as well. Here's my info. Please email it to me, and you can call with any other questions that come up. Great, Shannon said, feeling that she sounded a little too cheery. I'll be in touch then.
Thank you again for all your help. It means a lot to my family and to my mom.
Of course. I'm happy to help. And I think we have put together an event that your mom would be really proud of. Hudson closed his eyes just briefly before he looked at her again.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll talk soon. Goodbye.
With that, he walked out the door. Shannon fell back in her chair with both hands on her head. She felt like she couldn't tell which way was up. All the details about the event were swirling in her brain, and she felt like she still had whiplash from the change in his demeanor. Hey, God, I know you're still trying to teach me to be more patient and understanding with people. So if this was you sending me a reminder, then message received. She laughed as she stacked up everything from their meeting and determined to have a more positive outlook on the people she met. Chapter 6. Hudson leaned his head back on the headrest and closed his eyes. He always felt a little nervous to fly, and as his private jet picked up speed on the runway, he had to remind himself to breathe. Once the plane leveled out and his pilot came over the intercom to tell them they were expecting a smooth flight, Hudson was finally able to relax. He even managed to peek out the window and enjoy the view. Hudson sighed, knowing he needed to pull his eyes away from the sky and study the project proposals his assistant had put in his briefcase. He couldn't put into words how much he dreaded seeing his father. They hadn't spoken since he had finally agreed to the ultimatum. Life was better when they didn't communicate, Hudson felt. But today that would change. He reached for the portfolio, but instead, his hand found the Bible he had tucked in the briefcase. My father definitely wouldn't like that, Hudson thought. His father knew that Hudson had attended church a few times, but he knew nothing of the change that had taken place in his heart. His thoughts traveled back to when he first went to church and the events that led him there. It had been a normal Thursday morning at the office. Hudson had sat at his desk, going over reports for an afternoon meeting, when his assistant burst into his office, something she never did. Hudson looked up and knew by the panic-stricken look on her face that something was very wrong.
What is it?
Hudson asked, his eyes wide. Mr. Jennings, it's your mother. Hudson didn't waste any time. He jumped to his feet and was heading out the door in seconds. His assistant followed him to the car, telling him the details on the way. His heart pounded in his chest, and he only heard one word: stroke. By the time he got to the hospital, Mary Jennings was already hooked up to monitors, and doctors and nurses fussed over her without ceasing. Hudson went to her bed and held her hand. He stayed there for hours while more doctors and nurses came in and out. They tried explaining to him what was going on, but he could barely process the information. They knew she had had a stroke. The maid had found her in her room. Right now she was unconscious, but she had been awake, and they expected her to awake again. But right now, they didn't know any of the long-term effects. Hudson sat at her side, petting her hand. When she was awake, Hudson would talk to her, but she would only smile at him. It terrified Hudson that she didn't speak and she didn't move to reach out for him. After a few hours, Hudson had grown restless. Mary was sleeping now, the effects of the medication taking over. With all of the doctors and nurses out of the room, Hudson had realized how lonely it was. He felt like he should call someone, but who? His father had recently divorced his mother,
even though he had left her long ago for his favorite mistress, his work. None of his mother's family lived nearby, since his father had transplanted her from her home when they were married. Knowing there was no one else to come and be with them in this time left him feeling alone and suffocated at the same time. When he couldn't take it anymore, he stood and kissed his mother on the forehead. Certain that she would sleep for a while, he left the room to get some air. He wandered down the hall with no plans as to where he was going. Several minutes later, he found himself in front of a door with a sign that read, Chapel. He hesitated. Hudson had never been religious. His father's God was his work, but his mother had tried to teach him. She had taken him to Sunday school as a boy, and he heard a few stories about fish and loaves and raising people from the dead. But those kind of stories were for children, weren't they? Suddenly the door opened, and Hudson had to step back to keep from being hit. "Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to barge out the door like that," said the man, exiting the chapel. He looked to be in his mid-40s. He had dark hair with gray streaks, and he wore gray slacks and a button-up shirt. But what Hudson noticed was his eyes. They gave off an appearance of light in this dark place, and they seemed full of kindness. "That's all right," Hudson said quietly. "No harm done." "Are you going in or still deciding?" the man asked. Hudson gave a half smile, showing that the man had pegged him correctly. "Still deciding. If you're unsure, my advice would be to go in. It can't hurt, and you just never know if it might help." Hudson furrowed his eyebrows. The man reached out his hand. "I'm Lewis. I don't know if this will help your decision, but I'm a chaplain here. You're welcome to go in and sit. You can talk or pray or cry or just sit and do nothing at all. And I'm happy to sit with you if that helps. To talk or not talk." Hudson shook hands, and despite his hesitancy, he met Lewis's eyes. That was his undoing. Tears filled his eyes, even though he fought not to let them. Lewis turned and opened the door behind them. "Please come in." Hudson felt he had no choice, so he walked through the door. A few steps in, he took a seat in one of the pews in the back. His eyes flew to the front of the room, where a large cross hung on the wall. Lewis took a seat beside Hudson and stared straight ahead. He didn't ask questions or press Hudson to talk. That was probably the reason Hudson found himself opening up to the man. "My mother is here, in the hospital. She had a stroke, and we don't know what the results of that are going to be." "I'm so sorry," Lewis said. "And I'm just sitting here by myself because my dad doesn't care about her anymore, and my brother—" He broke off and cleared his throat before he spoke again. "It's just me. There's no one else." "And you're feeling burdened and alone?" "Yes." "Then I think you've come to the right place." That was all Lewis said. Then he went back to letting Hudson sit in the silence. Hudson felt like it was an eternity before he turned to the man and spoke words he never expected to say. "Would you pray?" "Of course, for your mother?" "Yes," Hudson said. He dropped his gaze to the floor. "And for me." Lewis gave him a kind smile. "Of course." That had been the beginning of Hudson's journey. Lewis prayed for his mother, and then he prayed for Hudson, that he would know he wasn't alone and that he didn't have to carry his burdens on his own. After that, Lewis walked with Hudson back to his mother's room. Then he came to visit Hudson and Mary every day that she was in the hospital. Hudson had never felt like someone cared as much as Lewis did. That was unusual for someone who wasn't family or didn't have a business obligation to them. So when Lewis told Hudson about his church and invited him to weekly service, Hudson felt drawn to it. The first week had been a little awkward, but Hudson had been welcomed to the worship service, not only by Pastor Lewis, as the congregation called him, but by other members as well. It was so different there, and Hudson had been back every week while he lived in New York. He didn't know how to describe it other than to say that God had opened a door and Jesus had grabbed his heart. Now sitting on the jet with his Bible in his lap, Hudson knew he had changed. He had always wanted a different path than his dad had given him, but he had always just followed it because that was what was expected of him. But now he knew his life wasn't supposed to be about money. God, he whispered, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't want to turn into my father, but I also don't know how to do anything else. Please help me. Show me what you want me to do. Amidst the whirring of the airplane, he could almost hear an audible voice. Follow me. I want to follow you. Show me what to do. One step at a time. Hudson chuckled. All right, I'll keep my eyes and ears open. He pushed aside the project proposals and opened his Bible. He would get to the reports before the flight landed, but if he was going to go one step at a time, he knew what the first step needed to be. 2 hours later, the jet taxied into a private hangar. Hudson picked up his briefcase, and as he exited the plane, he saw the black sedan waiting for him. Before he made it down the steps, the door opened and out stepped Pete. Surprise! His friend shouted. Hey! Hudson didn't hide his genuine excitement to see him. What are you doing here? I just told you, surprising you. I didn't know how long you were planning to be in town, so I wanted to be sure and see you when you got in. As the driver loaded Hudson's bags into the trunk, Hudson and Pete slid into the car. I'm glad to see you, but aren't you supposed to be at work? Pete shrugged. I told the boss I had to go see my best friend. And what did he say? That I'm not good for much around the office anyway. Well, that's not true at all. You are brilliant. And you're usually not too humble about it either. But I'm glad you're here anyway. You're right, I'm pretty awesome. Which is why I thought you might need me here for moral support. Your dad is making the announcement at the board meeting, right? Hudson sighed. Yes, it's official. Pete leaned back in his seat and rubbed his chin. You know what I can't figure out? What? Why now? What do you mean? Why does he want you to take over now? Don't get me wrong. I think you can handle it, but your dad? All he wants to do is work, and we both know he likes being in charge. So why is he ready to hand over the reins now? Hudson turned to stare out the window as they pulled into the busy city streets. He didn't say anything for a few minutes. When he spoke, his voice was gruff. I don't know. Part of me thinks maybe he's finally realizing there is more to life than work. Or maybe even that my mom's illness showed him he needed to slow down. But I don't really believe any of that. My real guess is that he's afraid I'm going to run off and leave the business, so he wants to tie me down to it as soon as possible. Hudson's eyes narrowed as he spoke. Yeah, Pete said slowly. I just don't know if I buy either one of those. But we'll see. I think he's hiding something. Maybe. Hudson agreed. With him, you never know. Hudson waved his hand, wanting to change the topic. Anyway, what's been going on with you? Nothing interesting. Oh, come on. Surely you've gotten yourself into some kind of mess while I've been gone. Pete furrowed his eyebrows, but then laughed as he spoke. All right, you caught me. But this time it wasn't my fault. Hudson laughed, a deep belly laugh. He listened intently as Pete shared his latest escapades, and then he laughed some more. The time passed quickly as the driver navigated the city. Before Hudson knew it, they pulled up in front of the building that was home to Jennings Enterprises. He and Pete both stepped out of the car and walked toward the skyscraper's front doors. Just before he went inside, Hudson turned to Pete. Are you coming in? Nah, this is where I'll leave you. But I can do dinner tonight. You up for that? Sure, Hudson said. I'll text you later. Good luck. Pete patted him on the shoulder and held the door open for Hudson with a flourish. Inside, employees greeted Hudson as he passed. Hello, Mr. Jennings. Welcome back, Mr. Jennings. Hudson smiled and nodded to each one on his way to the elevators. When he stepped out on the 14th floor, he could hear voices from down the hall in the conference room. He checked his watch to see that it was 15 minutes before the meeting was scheduled. He took a deep breath and prayed a silent prayer. God, give me strength and kindness, and a good attitude. Hudson turned the corner and stood in the doorway. He saw his father and two of the board members talking at the head of the long table. They looked up when he cleared his throat. Hudson, his dad spoke, but didn't get up from his seat. Dad, Hudson replied. He made his way past the rows of dark leather chairs and reached out his hand to shake hands with Walter Jennings. How are you? Walter reached his hand out from his seat. Fine, he said. Hudson furrowed his eyebrows and looked closely into his father's eyes. Did he look more tired than usual? And did his voice sound a little off? Hudson brushed it off. He wasn't letting Pete's comment get to him. He knew why he was here. Have a seat, Walter said. You know Gerald and Stephen. He gestured to the other men. Yes, Hudson nodded to each one. Good to see you. I assume you've been over the proposals I've sent you? Walter raised his eyebrows. Yes, of course. Hudson gritted his teeth as he took a seat. Good. We'll have plenty to discuss today. Hudson nodded and turned his attention to his phone, where he had several emails and messages to attend to. The men continued to talk, and over the next few minutes, the remaining board members made their way into the conference room. Walter called for their attention at exactly 2 o'clock. He wasted no time launching into the meeting. For the next 2 hours, Hudson sat listening to his father talk, and the board mostly agreed with his comments. Occasionally, he would ask for Hudson's opinion, and he would give it. The hours dragged by slowly. When they had discussed everything, Walter made a point to stand. I have an important announcement to make today. As you know, I have served as CEO of this company since my father's retirement. It has been my honor and privilege to run this company, and I wouldn't have wanted to do anything else. Besides having success in business, I've had one dream for my life, and That is to pass the reins over to my own son, just like my father did with me. And gentlemen, that time has come. I will take my time moving out of the role, but I will be retiring, and I'm proud to announce that my son, Hudson Jennings, will assume the role of CEO.
Around the room, the men clapped and called out congratulations to Hudson. The board chairman stood.
Walter, we're grateful for your leadership all these years, and while we will be sad to see you step down, we know Hudson will fill your shoes without a problem.
Walter turned and smiled at Hudson, who stood to join him. Hudson forced a smile as he stood before the board, his board.
Here goes nothing.
Chapter 7. Here you go, Mr. Jones. Shannon tucked a blanket into the older man's chair after she helped him into the seat. Thank you, Shannon. You're welcome. Anything for you, Mr. Jones. Anything? The man said, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Shannon laughed. Within reason, yes. I think it's very reasonable to ask you to play the piano for us. Oh, I don't know if I'm up to that today. You know I'm really not that good. Oh, but you are, chimed in Mrs. Sims. You play beautifully, dear. Thank you, but I'm afraid I'm pretty rusty. I don't get to practice much. Here's your chance, Mr. Jones said, raising his hand to point at the piano in the corner. Shannon gave him a kind smile. Maybe later. If you won't play, then entertain us with some interesting talk. What's new in your life, dear? Mrs. Sims' cheeks were wrinkled, and her short, curly hair was completely white, but she was young at heart. Shannon knew she would love nothing more than to hear an exciting story of Shannon and some handsome young man. Too bad Shannon had nothing to share. Oh, nothing really. You know, I've just been studying, getting ready for all my exams. Mrs. Sims shook her head at Shannon. You need to get your head out of the books and go out and get some excitement in your life. Why? So I can come here and tell you all about it? Shannon chuckled. No. Mrs. Sims pounded her hand on the arm of her chair. I've had a life. I enjoyed my young years. I fell in love, got married, had children. So why aren't you out there? She waved her hand towards the windows, finding your own excitement. I'll have enough excitement, but right now I like being here with you. Mm-hmm. Mrs. Sims pursed her lips disapprovingly. Next time you come in here, I want you to tell me something you did for fun. Yes, ma'am. Shannon put on a mock serious face and gave a salute. Shannon went back to serving the lemonade, an afternoon snack the nursing home provided. So if you don't have any stories of your own, we can talk about someone else's. Mrs. Sims leaned down and spoke quietly, as if she had the best of the town gossip. Have you heard about the young rich fella who's bought the old Harrington Manor? Shannon felt prickles over her arms, and her heartbeat picked up at the mention of Hudson Jennings. Oh, what have you heard? Mrs. Sims shrugged. Just that he's young and handsome and rich. That he bought it and moved his mother here from New York City. Now, what do you think would make a person do that? Mrs. Sims raised her eyebrows and leaned back in her seat. Shannon didn't look in her direction as she handed a plate to another resident. I don't know. Maybe he was looking for something different, something quieter. Maybe, said Mrs. Sims. Still, it seems strange to me. How would he find a little old town like Pine Haven? Shannon shrugged. Google? Google? Mrs. Sims tilted her head and scrunched her eyebrows. Shannon laughed. Never mind. I'm just saying with the computer and the internet, you can find just about anything these days.
Mrs. Sims scoffed. You young people. Sitting behind screens all day, I'm telling you, get out from behind that screen and go do something fun with your life.
You know, I think I will play the piano now, Shannon said as she picked up the empty tray and set it aside. She walked to the piano. It was rarely played, but the nursing home kept it in good condition. Shannon hadn't planned to play today and didn't have sheet music with her, so she would play something she knew from memory. As she took a seat, she ran her fingers over the keys to get the feel of them. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath before letting it out and focusing her eyes in front of her. She began to play, and the music began to flow through her. She lost herself in the tune and played one song after another, blending the ending of one into the next. It was several minutes before she came to the end of a song and lifted her hands from the keys. Applause and cheers rang around the room from the 20 or so residents in the gathering room. Shannon blushed and turned to nod and thank them. She rose and made her way around the room, checking to see if anyone needed anything. Shannon, that was beautiful. Paula, the nursing home director, had come out of her office to hear the music. I hope you know that the day you volunteer is always one of the residents' favorites. It's one of my favorite days, too, Shannon said. I don't know what we'll do when you leave, Paula frowned. I'm just not thinking about it right now. How long have you been volunteering here? I know it was before I started working here. Since high school, Shannon said. So about 8 years, I guess. Wow. I don't know anyone who has been here that long. Shannon smiled. I love it here. I never had grandparents around, so it was fun to be here and pretend that I had lots and lots of grandparents. And it hasn't been all happy days. But if I can talk to someone or just sit and listen and make their day a little brighter, I'm happy with that. I think you have done much more than that, Paula said. Please give me plenty of warning before your last day. I will. I need to get back to the office. All right, nice to see you. Shannon turned from her conversation and picked up the snack tray to take it back to the kitchen. As she passed by, Mrs. Sims caught her arm. Thank you for playing the piano for us, dear. You're welcome. Now, don't forget what I said. You, my dear, are a wonderful young lady with heart and talent, too. I know there's a young man out there just waiting to find you. Who knows, maybe even a handsome, rich man from New York. Mrs. Sims winked. Shannon laughed at the woman and headed to the kitchen. She would have to admit that he was handsome, and she had spent enough time with him to turn her head. But she doubted that she would ever catch the attention of Hudson Jennings. And even if she did, she had seen what money could do to someone. And she knew enough to know that the life of wealth and business was not a life she would ever live. Ever. Chapter 8. Shannon tapped her fingers on the keyboard of her computer. It had been a busy morning, and her brain was feeling foggy and full of information from an upcoming wedding. A dinging sound alerted her that she had an email, and she absent-mindedly clicked to open it. She skimmed the details and then clicked the attachment. The invitation to Hudson's charity event. Trent, the club's graphic designer, had done a great job, and Shannon was pleased. Within minutes, she had clicked a few buttons and emailed the proof to Hudson. Shannon went on with her work. For the next 30 minutes, she typed up notes with details about the wedding planning meeting she had had that morning. Her office door was cracked open, and she jumped when a male voice said, "Can I come in?" Her hand flew to her chest as she looked up to see Hudson standing in the doorway. "Oh, hi, yes, of course, come on in." "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you." "That's all right." I was just wrapped up and didn't notice you there.
I guess I should have called or maybe just emailed back, but I was nearby when I got your email and I just thought I would stop by.
Sure, that's fine. No worries. What can I do for you, Mr. Jennings?
You forgot, I said it's just Hudson.
Shannon had not forgotten, but she was worried about being casual with him. Right. What can I do for you, Hudson?
I was driving through town this morning and thinking about how I want this year's event to be different.
Shannon couldn't help how quickly her eyebrows went up. Great. We finally made plans and now he wants to change things. Hudson held his hands up.
Don't worry, I'm happy with the plans we have, he said, reading her mind. But I would like to get the community involved somehow. We usually have a lot of big corporate sponsors, and we still will. I wondered if any of the local businesses would like to be a part.
Well, Shannon said slowly, I'm sure they would be interested, but I've seen the price of sponsoring a table. I don't want to burst your bubble, but I don't know if a whole lot of businesses around here will be able to do that.
Yes, I understand that. I was thinking of something else. I would like to have a silent auction, and that's where the local businesses come in.
Uh-huh. That's an idea.
The problem is, I don't know many people in town, and I don't know any of the business owners.
He rubbed the stubble on his chin and dropped his gaze to the desk.
I don't really know the town at all.
He paused only for a second and looked up at Shannon.
So I was wondering if you would be willing to show me around town, give me the full tour, and introduce me to some of the local business owners.
What makes you think I know the local business owners? Shannon asked, with a challenge in her tone. Hudson stared back at her.
Let's see. You grew up here? Everyone we pass in the hallway says hello to you by name? And you just seem like the kind of person everyone likes.
Shannon thought as the edges of her lips tried to curl into a smile. Was all she said.
So will you do it?
Shannon narrowed her eyes at him. He drew his eyebrows down and gave a little pout.
It's for charity.
Shannon rolled her eyes. Oh, all right. I guess if it's for charity.
Excellent.
Hudson clapped his hands together.
Should I have my assistant call to schedule something?
Shannon laughed. Is that really necessary? Can we just pick a time now, since you're here?
Sure.
Hudson picked up his phone and started scrolling with his thumb.
Actually, I'm free this afternoon.
He looked at Shannon in expectation. No, I'm sorry. I have to study this afternoon.
Study?
He asked. Yes, I have my last ever college final tomorrow morning, so this afternoon and tonight I have to study.
Oh, wow. Congratulations on finishing.
Don't congratulate me yet. I still have to pass this class. Hudson studied her for a moment.
Is there a danger that you won't?
Shannon pressed her lips together in a smile. Well, no.
Then congratulations.
Thank you. I could meet with you tomorrow after lunch. They gave me the day off to enjoy being done with school.
I don't want to interrupt your off day.
That's all right. Shannon waved her hand. I can't stand sitting still, so I could use something to do.
Very well, then. Can I at least buy you lunch to say thank you?
Shannon eyed him as she considered this. Sure, why not?
Would you like to meet here in the restaurant for lunch?
No. You've seen the club restaurant. If you want to get to know the town, the place to eat is the Depot. Let's meet there, say 11:30?
Sounds good. I'll have my assistant block off my afternoon.
Great. I'll see you there then.
The next day, Hudson sat in a vinyl booth, staring out the glass window onto Main Street. He glanced over the menu and took note of the offerings, mainly hamburgers, sandwiches, and fried foods. He had never been an adventurous eater. He liked to stick to what he knew. Hamburgers weren't exactly out of the ordinary, but eating them in a small-town diner was an experience he'd never had. He glanced at his watch. He had arrived right on time, but now he had been sitting in the booth for more than 10 minutes. The diner was beginning to fill with people, and the line at the counter was growing. He was about to pick up the phone to text Shannon when he saw her run past the window and open the door. She glanced around and hurried over when she saw him. "I'm so sorry I'm late. I finished my final and had extra time. Since I didn't want to go home, I stopped by the nursing home, and Mrs. Sims, one of the residents, kept me chatting much longer than I intended to be there." Hudson stared at her as she spoke faster and faster. When she stopped and took a seat, he waited to make sure she was done. When she didn't continue, he finally spoke. "You went to the nursing home." Shannon laughed out loud. "You should see your face. You act like that's the strangest thing you've ever heard." "And you act like it's the most normal thing you could ever do." She shrugged. "That's because it is. I've been volunteering there since I was in high school. The people are very sweet, and they just need someone to stop in and show they care." "Hmm. So when you said anything for charity, you really mean that?" "Sure. I think helping other people is a pretty big deal. I'm fortunate to have a good life, caring parents, plenty of opportunities. I don't see why I shouldn't use my time to serve others." Hudson listened with great interest. "But you're interested in charity too, right? That's why you're putting on the event." Yes, of course. It's just that, well, most of my involvement with charity begins and ends with the event, and maybe some charitable giving, financially." "Oh, I see. Afraid to get your hands dirty?" She crossed her arms and pursed her lips. Hudson looked at her seriously. "No, I'm not. But my life has been pretty planned out for me. There hasn't been much room for volunteering." "Maybe it's time you take matters into your own hands." Hudson admired her spunk. He gave her a half smile. "And if I was ready to get my hands dirty, so to speak, would you have suggestions for where to start?" "Absolutely. I can show you some places on our tour." "I'd like that." "Really?" Shannon seemed surprised. "Yes, really." "All right then, say no more. But let's start with food." Hudson looked over the menu. "What do you recommend?" Shannon didn't hesitate, and Hudson noticed that she hadn't even picked up a menu. "The burger. Everything here is good, but the best is the burger. And since you've never been here before, you have to try it." Hudson decided not to argue. "All right, burger it is then." "Great. We just have to get in line to order." "I'll take care of it. Why don't you stay here and keep the table?" "All right. I'll have a burger and a sweet tea and French fries. But they give you a ton of French fries, so just get one and we can share." Hudson looked surprised at that suggestion. "I can get two." Shannon seemed to understand his meaning. "Well, I know you can afford it, but trust me, you can't eat that many fries." Hudson held his hands up in surrender. "All right, I trust you." Since the line was nearly to the door, it was several minutes before Hudson returned to the table with a number to put on the table for their order. "It will be a few minutes." "No worries," Shannon said. "Did you meet Kyle?" "Kyle?"
"The owner. He's over there flipping burgers." Shannon pointed behind the counter.
"Really?"
Hudson stretched his neck to look over the line of people
to see the man wearing an apron. Wow. You said you wanted to meet business owners. After you enjoy the best burger you've ever had, I'll introduce you. Maybe by then the line will have died down. So he cooks the burgers himself. Sure does. He started the diner when he was 25, and he's been back there every day since. He does have other cooks who come in for shifts, but if he's here, he's standing over the grill. Shannon propped her elbow on the table and let her chin fall into her hand. What do you think of that? I think that's very admirable. You do? Shannon asked. And what else? He could see the point she was trying to make. You want me to say he's getting his hands dirty in his line of work? No, I don't want you to say anything. I just want to know what you think of people in this small town. Hudson turned and stared out the window. It was a hot summer day, but plenty of people were milling about on Main Street. They went in and out of the shops, but they seemed to move at a pace that was enjoyable, peaceful even. It's slower here, he said, and I mean that in a good way. People take the time to say hello and ask how you are. They notice things like the weather and the scenery. And I think the idea of standing over a grill at a business you built with your own two hands sounds pretty great. Shannon stared at him and didn't seem to know what to say for a few moments. She recovered quickly and replied, I think so too. Their burgers arrived then, and Hudson watched the surprise come over Shannon's face again when he said, Would you mind if we pray before we eat? Sure, she said. She folded her hands together and bowed her head. Hudson cleared his throat as he folded his hands too. Father, thank you for this food and thank you for this time together. Be with us and bless this food. Amen. Amen, Shannon whispered. They filled the time while they ate, making small talk. Hudson asked Shannon how her final went, and she reported that she felt confident she had passed the class. Will you have a graduation ceremony? Hudson asked. Nah, they have one, but I decided not to do it because it's the summer semester and it's a small college. It's a very small ceremony. So my mom is throwing a little party for our family and a few friends. That's nice. As long as you do something to mark the occasion. It's a pretty big deal after all. I'll say, Shannon declared. It's only taken me 6 years. Oh, really? Yeah. She cleared her throat. For a second, it seemed like she might not explain, but then she continued. My parents are great, but they didn't have extra money to put me through school, so I've been working and going to school and paying my way through. Hudson gave her his full attention and made sure she looked at him before he spoke. Shannon, that's very impressive. She shrugged. It wasn't easy, but once I made up my mind to do it, I had to see it through. I'm sure that took a lot of dedication. You should be very proud. Shannon grinned. I really am. I just hope I can do something with my degree and make my parents proud, too. I'm sure they're proud of you. Hudson hadn't known her long, but he wanted to say that he was proud of her. He had gone to college, but he hadn't worked hard for it. He hadn't earned his degree the way Shannon had. And soon you'll head to Louisiana, is that right? That's right, she said, her face lighting up with pride. Hudson couldn't stop thinking how different she was. And different sounded good. I'm excited about it. I just hope I can make a difference. That sounds nice. Shannon turned the attention away from her. What about you? I know you work for your family's company, but is that what you always wanted to do? Hudson snorted. No.
No? Shannon's eyebrows shot up in surprise.
No, Hudson said firmly. Don't get me wrong. I have a lot of opportunities, and I'm grateful for a lot of them. But there's a reason I moved to this town. There are plenty of things I would like to do besides running Jennings Enterprises.
So name one.
I've thought about starting a nonprofit.
Really?
Sure have. I've always felt that the company should do more than just make money. I would like to give back and help other people too.
Like the fundraiser event.
Yes, like that, but we could do so much more.
So why don't you do it?
It's not really that simple.
Shannon shrugged. Most things aren't simple. That doesn't mean we shouldn't do them.
True. Hudson pushed away his empty plate. Are you ready to get going?
Yep, let's do it. Shannon stood. But wait, did you like the burger?
It was delicious.
You should tell Kyle. I can introduce you now that the line is short. Come on. She gathered their trash and tossed it, then headed to the counter. Hudson had no choice but to follow. Hey, Kyle! The man briefly turned his head from the grill to look towards the sound of his name.
Hey, Shannon, how's it going?
Great, I want you to meet somebody.
Okay, just a second.
Kyle looked over the food on the grill, then turned and wiped his hands on the front of his apron as he walked to the counter. Hudson, this is Kyle. Kyle, this is Hudson Jennings. He's kind of new in town. I'm showing him around today. Kyle reached his hand over the counter.
Nice to meet you, Hudson. What brought you to our little town?
Hudson laughed.
Would you believe me if I said the burgers?
Kyle laughed too, and his belly shook underneath his apron.
I sure would. This is my first time in, but the food was delicious. I'll definitely be back.
Glad to have you any time. Next time, tell whoever's at the front that you need the Welcome to Town special, and your order's on me.
That's very kind. Thank you.
Hudson's also hosting a fundraiser event at the club.
Is that so?
Kyle asked.
Hudson nodded. It's to raise funds for a new fire truck.
Oh, yeah? The town's been saving money for that forever.
That's what I've heard. I'm hoping we can help close the gap. We're hosting a dinner and a silent auction. I would really love to get the community involved. Would you consider donating something for the silent auction?
Well, of course. Let's see. Shannon piped up. What about if you put together a couple of meal packages or burgers for a month?
Yeah, I like that.
Kyle grinned from ear to ear.
Let's say 4 meal packages. We'll make it burgers, fries, and milkshakes for 2 people. So 4 of those and then 4 burgers for a month for 1 person. No more than 1 burger a day.
He wagged his finger. Hudson laughed.
I don't think I could eat more than 1 a day. Thank you, Kyle. That's very generous of you. Well, boy, that's what we do here. We support each other and we care about the people in this town. You might be new here, but if Shannon thinks you're worth introducing, then you're all right by me.
Hudson glanced over in time to see Shannon blush. Thanks, Kyle, Shannon said. I'll have our graphic designer print up the coupons, and I'll come by and show them to you. We better get going.
Thanks for coming in. And if you're going around to other businesses, you just tell them that Kyle already donated and they better do the same.
Hudson smiled.
I sure will.
Chapter 9. So, that's the last shop on Main Street. Shannon felt exhilarated from talking with all the people, but she thought Hudson might be getting tired.
I think we did pretty well,
he said.
I didn't even realize how many businesses there were downtown. And I can't believe everyone we talked to donated something.
That's our town for you, Shannon smiled. There are some other businesses around we could go to, but it would require driving. She fully expected him to say no. Hudson looked at his watch and then said, I think I've got time for a few more. Do you want to ride together? I can drive. Shannon couldn't imagine climbing into whatever mega expensive car he drove to go around asking local business owners for donations. Why don't I drive? I know where we're going. That will be easier, she said quickly. Sure, Hudson shrugged. Together, they walked back down Main Street to where her car was parked in front of the diner. She was glad that she kept her car clean so she didn't have to move things out of the seat for him to get in. Where are we headed? Hudson asked. There's a boutique clothing store a few minutes away. We can start there. And there's an auto body shop, too. Maybe they can give coupons for oil changes or something. All right. Hudson stared out the window and watched where they were going. You've really never been to any of these places? I can't believe you had never eaten at the depot. Where have you been eating? Sometimes the club, as you know, but mostly I eat at home. Do you like to cook? Hudson glanced over at her. No, he said. So what do you eat at home? He cleared his throat. Whatever the chef cooks. Shannon looked over at him and then burst out laughing. You're serious? Oh man, I can't believe that's your real life. So have you ever cooked anything? I took a cooking class one semester at boarding school. It was mostly like a science lab, though. We followed the directions and got a grade. We didn't even eat the food. Wow. So, do you have a maid and a butler, too? Hudson gave a half grin. Are you teasing me? Maybe a little, but I'm really curious. No butler here. In New York, my father has a butler, and I grew up with one in my parents' house. But here I have a chef, a maid, and 2 nurses who take care of my mother. Oh, Shannon said quietly. And how long have you been here? Let's see. Hudson counted on his fingers. I guess about 7 months. The real question is why? Why? Hudson turned to her, with his eyebrows raised. Yeah, why did you come to Pine Haven? He sat silently for a long moment. Shannon almost opened her mouth to tell him he didn't have to answer if he didn't want to, but she wanted to know. I wanted something different, he finally said. He sighed. All my life, my father has worked, just like my grandfather worked before him. Business is the most important thing to them, but it's not to me. Shannon waited for him to say more. When he didn't, she let the silence hang. He watched the scenery passing out the window. It's beautiful here, he said. I love all the trees. When you grow up in a city, the only place there are trees is in a public park, and then there are only a few. He gave a chortle. My father would probably take one look at all the trees and find a way to invest in a company that would cut them all down and sell them for profit. But not you. No, not me. I needed to get away from it all. Every day in the office felt like I was suffocating. Financial reports, investment portfolios, buying and selling banks. My father wanted me to sit in on meetings, mergers, company acquisitions. He shook his head. I don't mind business. But I didn't want it to be all my life was about. And I didn't want my father's business. I hoped to maybe start my own company one day and break away from it. I almost left and never came back the day my father told my mother he wanted a divorce. Shannon glanced over to see that his jaw was set, and he looked truly angry. I'm sorry, she whispered. My mother talked me out of telling him I quit. She said to take a break, get away, and think about it. So I bought the house here and had it fixed up. But then, his voice trailed off. Shannon had pulled into the parking lot of the clothing store. But she didn't make a move to get out. Then what?
My mother had a stroke.
Shannon's hand flew to her mouth as she gasped. Hudson seemed on a roll now, spilling his story out.
The doctors said there could be any number of causes, but stress was one of them. And I know my father caused that stress. He left her alone. All he cared about was work, and my mother had given him her whole life. I know the cause of the stroke, and it's him.
I'm so sorry, Shannon said again. Her words seemed to wake Hudson from the telling of his story.
I'm sorry too, but I don't know why I spilled all that out to you. I didn't mean to burden you with that.
Shannon lowered her eyebrows in confusion. Burden me? She asked. It's not a burden to tell someone your story. I'm sorry that all those things happened, but I'm not sorry that you told me. Without thinking, she reached out and put her hand on his arm. Tingles shot through her fingertips. I told you I care about people, and I like to help any way I can. If it helps you for me to know why you came here, then I'm happy to know. He met her gaze and seemed to take in her words.
Thank you,
he said, his voice deep and quiet. And she felt that he appreciated what she had said on a level she didn't even understand. Shannon pulled her hand back. How is your mother now? Hudson's brow creased.
She requires around-the-clock care. She never regained movement on her left side, and she has memory loss. Some days she doesn't even recognize me.
I'm sorry. Shannon didn't know what else to say. Hudson smiled, seeming to understand her difficulty.
Enough about me. Ready to go into a frilly women's dress shop?
She laughed as he wiggled his eyebrows up and down. Yes, for sure. I'm certain these ladies with their southern charm and leopard print shoes have never seen the likes of you. Shannon was right, of course. They entered the shop, and she watched as Hudson took in the brightly colored clothing items, jewelry, shoes, and every kind of leopard print accessory on the planet. His face was priceless as he looked around the shop, but even more priceless when the owner called out, "Good afternoon, y'all. What can I help you find today?" Shannon introduced Hudson to Joyce Honeycutt and then let him do his own talking. 2 other female employees came from the back, and all 3 women fawned over Hudson. By the end of their visit, Joyce had offered to give 3 gift certificates and had filled Hudson's arms with necklaces, earrings, scarves, and a basket of bath items for the auction. One of the other employees sidled up next to him. Should you pick out anything for a special lady friend while you're here?
No, nothing like that.
Hear that, ladies? She said. He doesn't have a special lady friend to buy for. They all giggled over that. Shannon smiled and laughed a little as Hudson smiled. But she couldn't help the tinge of jealousy that rushed through her as the women bustled around him. Forget that, Shannon, she told herself. But one more look at Hudson, with his hair tousled from how many times he'd run his fingers through it, and his scruffy face, and she felt that jealousy grow 10 times stronger. Chapter 10. Hudson walked through the door of the country club and down the hall to Shannon's office. He rubbed his chin as he paused outside the door. Was he really doing this? When Shannon had said she could give him ideas for volunteering, it sparked something in him. Something he felt had always been there, but he'd never had the time or the inclination to actually go out and do it. He worried that what people thought of him might be true. Maybe he was a rich, spoiled son of a billionaire. But was it possible to change that? He hoped so. He knocked on the door and waited. "Come in." Shannon's voice made his heart skip a beat, and he wondered at his excitement to see her. When he opened the door and saw her at her desk, he couldn't help but smile. She did that to him.
"Hey," he said. "Ready to go?"
"Yep, sure am." She picked open a drawer and pulled out her purse and came to stand with him. "The real question is, are you ready for this?"
"I think so. I'm sure I can handle a few elderly people."
Shannon laughed, and the sound did funny things to Hudson's heart. "You haven't met these elderly people yet."
"Then let's get on with it."
Shannon pulled her door shut as they walked out. As she turned to walk down the hall, she covered a yawn with her hand.
"Tired?"
Hudson asked. "A little. I came to work early this morning so I could leave early today."
"Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you do that."
She waved her hand. "No, it's no problem. I wanted to go anyway. You going is just a bonus."
"Oh, really?"
Hudson's eyebrows went up, and he grinned at the thought that she might enjoy his company. "Yes," she smiled. "I can pawn the old lady's questions off on you. Oh, they will be so excited to have someone new to talk to."
"Is that so?"
"For sure. They beg me to tell them interesting things about my young, adventurous life."
"And what do you tell them?"
Shannon shrugged. "Not much. I don't have as adventurous of a life as they would like."
"Huh. Surely there's something we could do about that."
"We?" Shannon eyed him as he held the outside door open for her.
"Sure. You're giving me the chance to volunteer. I could give you the chance to take an adventure."
"Hmm." Shannon didn't sound too sure about that.
"Isn't there anything you want to do? Travel, climb tall mountains, skydive?"
Shannon's eyes were wide. "Definitely not skydive or mountains. I'm not a fan of heights. I guess I could travel, but that would probably mean flying in an airplane. And again, not a fan of heights."
"So you've never been on a plane?"
"Nope, not once."
"Well, that's something we could easily fix."
"Is that so?"
"Of course, I happen to have a plane."
Shannon laughed. "Of course you do." She stopped talking as they walked up to Hudson's car. She had reluctantly agreed to let him drive to the nursing home. "Wow," she said, looking over the vehicle. "I've never seen this kind of car before."
"Does that mean you like it or not?"
She lifted one shoulder. "It looks nice. I guess it's impressive. I don't really know much about fancy cars." Hudson fought the urge to laugh. He could drive this car anywhere in the country and turn people's heads, but not Shannon Kendrick.
"It drives all right. I promise I'm a safe driver."
"I trust you," she said as she climbed in the passenger seat. Did she really? And should she? Hudson climbed behind the wheel and hoped he might be worthy of her trust. Once they arrived at the nursing home, Shannon put him to work right away. She set out trays and pulled drinks from the fridge. "Oh, here," she said, reaching into a closet. Hudson thought he saw a twinkle in her eyes when she turned around. "You have to wear this to serve snacks." Hudson stared as she held up a pink and white apron in the air.
"Really?"
"Of course." She tossed it to him, and he caught it. She turned around and got her own apron out and put it over her head. She reached to tie the strings behind her back, but Hudson stepped closer.
"Here, let me."
He took the strings from her hand, and when their fingers brushed, electricity shot through his arm. As he tied a knot, he could feel the nearness of her and couldn't resist closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. The scent of vanilla filled his nostrils. For a moment, he wished he could stand close to her all afternoon. There was something warm and kind
and intoxicating about her. He opened his eyes and cleared his throat, and he stepped back. He pulled his own apron over his head and managed to tie the strings behind his back himself. Shannon had turned around and gave him a curious look. It seemed like she wanted to say something, but then changed her mind. She grinned as she looked him over in his apron, then turned her attention back to the food. "I'll set out the cups and arrange the snacks if you'll pour the drinks." "Sure, I can do that," he said, still trying to clear his head. They worked together in silence for a few minutes, but in the small kitchen, they were in close proximity. Hudson bumped into Shannon more than once. "Sorry," he said each time, but he found himself feeling not very sorry about being close to her. "All right, that's everything. Ready to meet everyone?" Shannon smiled as she spoke. "Ready as I'll ever be." "Great. Carry that tray. When it's empty, you can come back for the other one. The recreation room is through here." She lifted a tray of fruits and vegetables and walked across the kitchen to a different door than the one they had come in. Hudson picked up his own tray and followed behind her. "Hello, Mrs. Sims." Shannon's voice was cheery, and Hudson might have thought she was just putting it on for show, but he had been around her enough to know that it was real. She found joy in serving other people. "How are you today?" "I'm fine, dear. How are—" Mrs. Sims' gaze moved from Shannon to behind her when Hudson appeared and she stopped mid-sentence. "Well, my dear, who is this?" Her eyes were wide, and so was her smile. "This is Hudson Jennings. He's here to help out today." "And he came with you?" Mrs. Sims looked back to Shannon, and she looked ready to rise from her chair and give a standing ovation. "Yes, he did. He's new in town, and I'm showing him around." Mrs. Sims gasped. "Are you the fella that bought the Harrington place?" "Yes, ma'am." Hudson smiled as he handed her a drink. "Nice to meet you." Shannon had said the ladies would pepper him with questions, but his introduction seemed to shock them into silence. Shannon turned from passing out snacks and spoke again. "Mrs. Sims, you said you visited New York several years ago. Hudson is from New York. I'm sure you two have a lot to talk about." That seemed to wake the woman back up, and for the next 30 minutes, she didn't stop. She told Hudson her favorite things she had seen in the city and asked him question after question about his life there. She took her time getting to the one thing she must have really wanted to ask. "And Hudson Jennings from New York? Are you married? Engaged? Dating anyone?" Hudson gave her a half smile. He was used to that question. It was a regular occurrence as an eligible bachelor of his financial situation, but it seemed different coming from her. "No, ma'am, I'm single." Well, I hope you won't be that way for long." Mrs. Sims paused and reached out and took Hudson's hand in hers. "Life is full of exciting adventures, but falling in love is the best one by far." She patted his hand. "You just remember that." "Yes, ma'am, I will." He straightened and turned to find Shannon behind him. She had a look of awe, and he knew she had heard every word of his conversation with Mrs. Sims. "That was nice of you to talk with her." Shannon spoke quietly. As if she knew what Shannon was doing, Mrs. Sims spoke loudly. "What are you saying? I can't hear when you talk like that." Shannon smiled. "Yes, I know." She didn't say anything more, but stacked up the trays and continued walking around checking on some of the other residents. Hudson took the trays from her and carried them back to the kitchen. When he returned,
He leaned against the wall and watched Shannon. She spoke to every person in the room and called them by name. He heard her ask about their family members and other ailments they were dealing with. She's incredible, he thought. Shannon chose that moment to look over at him. When their eyes met, she smiled. Hudson felt that smile deep in his chest. He had wanted to volunteer and to maybe help the people in the nursing home have a bright spot in their day. He had no idea it would be like this, but he knew that Shannon was the bright spot for him. Chapter 11. Shannon walked down the hall towards her office, holding her mug of coffee. It was a drizzly day, and she could hear the rain pelting down on the roof. In her office, she set down her coffee and straightened up her desk that was covered with notes and lists. Hudson was coming by in just a few minutes, and she wanted to be ready when he arrived. They were going over a checklist for the fundraiser. She smiled, thinking about how hands-on he had been for the event. Of course, they had had a rocky start to the planning, but once he had the inspiration to pick some of his mother's favorites, it had been smooth sailing. And now he wanted to help put together the centerpieces. She shook her head, thinking what a surprise he was turning out to be. Seeing him at the nursing home had been quite an experience. She couldn't erase the image of him wearing the apron and handing out drinks as he chatted with Mrs. Sims. She chuckled as she remembered just before they left the recreation room. "That's quite a festive apron you're wearing, Mr. Jennings," Mrs. Sims had said. "We haven't seen these old things pulled out in quite a while." "Oh, you haven't?" Hudson glanced down at the apron and then over to Shannon, who had told him it was required. He raised his eyebrows and pointed at her as she covered her mouth to hide a giggle. "Gotcha," Shannon said with a wide smile. She thought she noticed a slight blush, but he took it all in stride. He winked at Shannon and then turned back to Mrs. Sims and held out the bottom of the apron with both hands. "Pink is my color, don't you think?" Shannon smiled now in her office. When he winked at her, she could have fallen over on the spot. His eyes and that smile were a powerful combination, and when he added kindness and compassion to the list, she shook her head, trying to regain control. "Get it together, Shannon. You need to be professional." Hudson chose that moment to knock on her door and enter without permission, as if they were casual friends who could show up at each other's office and walk right in. Is that what they were becoming? "Hi," Shannon said, before her thoughts could go any further. "Did you manage to stay dry out there?" "Almost." He flashed her that winning smile. "I left my umbrella at the door." "Oh, good." She felt her face flush as he looked at her, so she cleared her throat before she spoke. "Want to sit? I'm just pulling up the list to go over." She pointed at her computer screen from where she sat. "Perfect," he said, but he didn't sit down. "I was hoping I could get a cup of coffee. Would you mind if we walked down to the restaurant?" "Oh, I don't mind. I already have coffee. I'm sorry, I should have brought you some too." He held up his hand. "That's fine, I don't mind walking down there." He paused and met her eyes before he said, "With you?" Shannon's heart threatened to pound out of her chest. Did he really mean that? He wanted to spend more time with her? Surely not. He was just being nice. "All right, let's go." She spoke to interrupt her own thoughts. Hudson carried the conversation as they walked toward the restaurant. But on the way back, he turned the attention to Shannon. "So I know that you work here at the club.
that you've just finished college and that you've lived here your whole life. But that's it.
That's pretty much all there is to know, Shannon shrugged.
Tell me about your family then.
It's just me and my mom and dad. My mom grew up here in Pine Haven, too, but Dad's family moved here when he was in college. They met when he came to his parents for Christmas his senior year. They had reached Shannon's office again, and she walked around to sit behind her desk. Hudson took a seat as she spoke.
Was it love at first sight?
Actually, it was, for Dad anyway. My mom was pretty standoffish for a while, but eventually she gave in.
What was holding her back?
Shannon sighed and looked down at her desk. Me? Hudson lowered his eyebrows in confusion.
You?
Yeah, I was a baby then,
Oh?
Hudson said, his voice showing he still didn't understand. Shannon took a deep breath. She hadn't planned to share the story today, but now she could see that it was necessary. My dad. I call him Dad because he's the only dad I've ever known, and he legally adopted me and changed my name when he and Mom got married.
Oh,
Hudson said again. My mom met my biological father in high school. I guess you could say they were high school sweethearts. They planned to get married, but both of their parents said they needed to wait until after college. My mom didn't want to go off to school, and my grandparents couldn't really afford it. So she went to community college and worked at a shop in town. But he went off to school. I don't even know where. Mom has never liked to talk about the details. The plan was for him to get his degree and then they would get married, but he always said he wanted to get out of Pine Haven. My mom liked it here but said she would go anywhere with him. But he met a girl in college. Her family had a lot of money and owned a big company. Shannon stopped and shrugged her shoulders. Her tone was flat when she said, I guess he decided money was the most important thing to him. Her family would set him up for life if he married her. So he told my mom it was over. But Mom was already pregnant by then. Hudson's face showed his shock.
did he know?
Mom told him. He said he didn't believe her and that it was just a trick to keep him. She glanced up and looked at Hudson as she spoke. She didn't argue with him. She would never trick someone like that into staying with her.
I'm so sorry, Shannon.
She sent him a picture after I was born. He sent her some money back, but she's never heard from him since. She scoffed, as if money fixed the problem.
That's terrible, Shannon. I'm so sorry you and your mom went through that.
Thanks, it's all right. We've done all right.
Sounds like your real dad now, is a stand-up guy.
Shannon smiled. Yes, he's the best. I'm lucky to have him. He's always taken care of us. We've lived a simple life here, but it's a good one. Money just doesn't mean that much to him or to us, and we're grateful. Hudson seemed pained by her story and by her last statement. But fundraising for a good cause is a great use of money, in my opinion. She sat up straight and smiled at him. So, ready to go over this list? He gave her a strained smile and seemed like he wanted to say something. What is it? Shannon asked, worried that she had upset him.
Shannon, I just want you to know.
He looked up and met her eyes, and the sincerity in his look and voice were evident.
Money has always been a part of my life, so people look at me and sometimes that's all they see. But that's not all there is to me. What your biological father did to your mother was wrong. Money should never be more important than people. At least it isn't to me.
Shannon held his gaze as he spoke, and something in her heart shifted.
Maybe it was because of the look in his eyes or the intensity of his words. Maybe it was because she felt like she could melt into the floor when he looked at her. All she knew for sure was that at that moment, she believed him. Chapter 12. Shannon glanced outside the window of her parents' house and thanked the Lord that it was a nice day. The rain had held off and the sun just peeked through the clouds. She smiled as she saw the tablecloths on the tables in the backyard blow in the breeze. Yes, it would be a perfect day. She turned back to her mother, who was putting finishing touches on a 3-tiered cake. "Mom, are you sure I can't help with anything?" "Yes, I'm sure." Shannon Kendrick smiled at her daughter. "This is your day. We're celebrating you, and I just want you to relax and enjoy it." Shannon took a seat on the stool near the counter where her mom was working. "I would probably relax more if I had something to keep me busy. It makes me anxious to sit still." Her mother smiled at her again, but didn't give in. "Just sit there and talk to me. You know we won't have many more chances once you go off to Louisiana." Shannon looked and gave her mother a sad look. "Don't say that. I don't want to think about that. And besides, we'll still talk plenty. That's why they invented phones." I know. Kristen waved a hand in the air, but Shannon thought she saw the hint of tears in her eyes. Shannon didn't want to encourage that. She knew if they gave in to those emotions, they would both be blubbering. "I do have quite a list of things I need to get before I move. Clothes, things for my apartment. We should do a shopping trip soon." "That sounds nice. I'd like that." "Me too," Shannon said. "Now tell me more about this mystery man that you've invited to our family gathering." Shannon hoped her cheeks weren't as pink as they felt. "Mom," she groaned, "he's just new in town and doesn't know a lot of people. I thought it would be nice for him to meet some friends." "And is that what you are? His friend?" Kristen raised her eyebrows and waited expectantly for an answer. "Yes, of course." Kristen narrowed her eyes at her only daughter. "But maybe soon you might be something more?" Shannon put her arms on the counter and let her head fall onto them. She had never kept secrets from her mom, and she didn't want to start now. "He's a nice guy, and the more I get to know him, the more I think about him. But he's not like us, Mom." "What do you mean?" Well, to put it bluntly, he's rich. Like, really rich. And he moved here to get some peace and quiet, but he's still going back to New York to work for his family's company." I see." Kristen paused as she waited for Shannon to say more. When the silence lingered, she went on. "And what's the problem with that?" "Ugh!" Shannon stood and paced the kitchen. "Come on, don't encourage this. I know it could never work between us. I've never wanted money. I chose a career to help others who don't have a lot, not to make a lot. I just think we're too different." "Different can be good," Kristen shrugged. "You know, your dad and I were pretty different when we met. The town they moved here from was very different, and his parents raised him very differently than mine raised me. But instead of focusing on how different we were, we focused on what we could be together, and together we worked. I just don't know what we could be together." Kristen smiled. "That's why you have to give it a chance and find out." She walked around to the counter and hugged Shannon. "I'm sure I'll have more to say after I actually meet him, but—" She stopped speaking as she took Shannon's shoulders and turned her to face the counter. "It's all done. What do you think?" Shannon forgot all about Hudson as she looked at the cake her mother had made. It was a labor of love, since this wasn't her mother's specialty,
but it was beautiful. "Mom," Shannon gasped, "I love it." She turned around to see the look of pride on her mother's face. She was beaming. Shannon turned again to look at the cake. It stood 3 tiers high, and the white icing was dotted with gold and black polka dots. The top held a plastic graduation cap, complete with a tassel, and in gold letters around the middle layer were the words, "Congratulations, Shannon." Kristen had found a picture of the cake online and been determined to have it for the party. But when they found out the cost of that kind of cake, Kristen decided to give it a shot herself. She watched dozens of cake decorating videos and practiced with icing for weeks. Shannon loved the cake, but more than anything, she was proud of her mom for the accomplishment and overcome with the amount of work and love she had put into it. Tears filled her eyes, and she turned to hug her mom once more. They stood in the kitchen, hugging each other, and Shannon felt sure she could hear her mom sniffling. "What's all this?" Jeremy Kendrick burst into the kitchen. "Wow," he said, signaling that he had laid eyes on the cake. "Honey, this is fantastic." "Isn't it, Dad?" Shannon released Kristen and turned. "Amazing. I'm impressed. And I'm so proud of you, Shannon." "Thanks, Dad," she said as he hugged her. "I couldn't have done it without both of you." "Hello, anybody here?" Paige's voice called out just before she and Russell came into the kitchen. "Hey," Shannon said. "Come on in. We're just about to head outside to put out the rest of the food." "Perfect, let us help." 20 minutes later, Shannon glanced around the backyard. It was perfect. The cake had been moved outside, and the rest of the table was filled with fruit and vegetable trays, sandwiches, potato salad, and tea and lemonade. Shannon smoothed her hands over her white sundress, dotted with purple flowers. She had gone back and forth about wearing dressy, wedge sandals to the party, but she had finally opted for comfort and wore flat sandals with white straps. Guests had begun arriving, and she felt a surge of joy at those who had come to celebrate with her. Shannon stood chatting and gazing over the table of delicacies when she turned around and her breath caught in her throat. There stood Hudson in the entryway to her parents' backyard. He wore khaki pants and a light blue collared shirt. His dark hair was tousled in the breeze, and for a moment he looked so casual and carefree that Shannon forgot he was a high-powered business executive. And when he smiled at her, she felt warmth wash over her. "Excuse me," she only barely remembered to say to her friend as she walked towards him. "Hi," she said. "I'm glad you could join us." "Thanks for inviting me," Hudson said, with another smile for her. "I wasn't sure if I should bring a gift, but I wanted to give you something." He held up a small bouquet of daisies. Shannon laughed. "Is this becoming a habit?" He smiled, too. "The first ones were an apology, but these are a gift of celebration." "Either way, they're lovely." Shannon reached out and took the flowers. "Come on, let me introduce you." Her voice sounded calmer than she felt. Her nerves rose to the surface, and she felt like her heart might pound out of her chest. As she turned to walk, Hudson followed her, and his long stride caught up with her in 2 steps. She could feel the nearness of him. They crossed the yard, and Shannon found her parents standing by the table of photographs they had set out. "Mom, Dad, this is Hudson Jennings. Hudson, these are my parents, Kristen and Jeremy Kendrick." She took a silent, deep breath as she finished speaking and hoped no one noticed. "Nice to meet you both." Hudson reached out to shake each of their hands. "Thank you for having me." "Nice to meet you, too. We're happy to have you."
Kristen said. Shannon tells us you're new in town. Yes, I moved a few months ago, but I've had to travel some and haven't really settled into town yet. What brings you to Pine Haven? Jeremy asked. Hudson gave a small laugh. Nothing really. Nothing? Jeremy narrowed his eyebrows. Pretty much. What I mean is there was nothing that really brought me here, but that's what I was looking for. I work in New York, and I was ready for a break from all of that. A little quiet and a slower pace. I'm sure you'll find that here, Kristen said. Yes, I think I have. Well, Hudson, I hope you'll make yourself at home. Shannon, I see your Aunt Harriet has arrived. We should go say hello. Kristen took Shannon's arm. Jeremy, you and Hudson can get to know each other. Sure thing, Jeremy said, but Shannon only heard it over her shoulder as her mother hurried her away. She glanced back to give Hudson a smile that she hoped said, I'm sorry. But Hudson looked calm and collected as he smiled back at her. Mom, I shouldn't have just left him. He just got here. And do you really see Aunt Harriet anyway? I think maybe I heard her car pull up. Kristen waved her hand at Shannon. But honey, don't worry about it. Men like to talk about man stuff. And I think your dad should talk with him before this goes any further. But Mom, I told you we're just friends. Nothing is going any further. Oh, honey. Kristen stopped and took Shannon by the shoulders. I saw his face when he saw you. Trust me, you are already more than friends. Hudson enjoyed his talk with Jeremy. Shannon's father asked him about the kind of work he did and how long he planned to be in Pine Haven. Hudson knew he was getting the 3rd degree from a girl's father, but he didn't mind. In fact, he felt pretty honored. A little while later, Kristen called for everyone's attention. I think I'm being summoned, Jeremy said, as Kristen looked his way and motioned for him. Go ahead, Hudson said with a smile. He watched as Jeremy went to his wife, and Shannon came to stand beside the two of them. Thank you all so much for coming, Jeremy's voice carried throughout the yard. We are so grateful for you to take the time to celebrate Shannon's graduation. Everyone clapped and cheered. We are so proud of her for completing school, and even though it will be difficult for us, we are proud of her for finding a job she is passionate about. Shannon, he paused as he turned to face her. Your mom and I know that you will accomplish great things, but we also know that it's because of the Lord and the calling He had placed on your life. Hudson watched as Shannon reached up to wipe a tear from her cheek. Jeremy turned back to the crowd. I don't want to get all emotional, so I would like to say a prayer for Shannon, and then we can all enjoy food and the amazing cake that my wife has made. Around the yard, everyone bowed their heads. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for today. Thank you for Shannon and the gift that she is to our family. Thank you for how you have gifted her and for the wonderful life you have planned for her. Please be with her as she prepares to move and bless her future. And bless this food you have given us. We love you, Lord. Amen. Around the yard, others echoed the amen. Shannon called out, "Let's eat!" And laughter rang out as conversations started up again. Hudson stood back and watched the friends and family as they went to the table and started fixing plates. A happy sigh escaped his lips, but a prayer filled his heart. A prayer that he might have a community like this, a family like the one he had just watched. But mostly, a prayer that he might be a part of Shannon's future too. Chapter 13. 3 weeks went by in a flash.
Shannon stood in the doorway of the country club ballroom, watching the crew set up tables, chairs, and decorations.
It's fun to see it all come together.
Hudson's voice might have startled her in the past, but she was getting used to how he spoke before she could see him. A grin spread over her face, and she turned to see him standing beside her with 2 cups of coffee in his hands. "For me?" she asked.
Yep,
He said. "Thanks. And yes, it's fun to see the hard work all come together, especially when you've seen a project go from an idea to a full event." She raised her coffee cup to Hudson. "To the founder of the event, Hudson Jennings, who has gotten his hands dirty and worked late into the night making this fundraiser a reality." He closed his eyes and shook his head.
I don't think that's true.
"Of course it is. You were the one who came up with the idea of involving the community, and you helped put those decorations together with your own 2 hands." She pointed to the table centerpieces.
All right, I'll take credit for that. But everything else is you. So,
He raised his coffee mug to hers.
to the planner of the event, who made it all happen.
"To us," Shannon said, clinking their cups together.
Indeed.
Hudson agreed. Shannon let her eyes fall across his face, noticing not for the first time his chiseled jaw and his crooked smile as he watched the activity in the room. She didn't have to wonder if he was pleased with the event, because he had told her so many times that he was. She sighed and said the things she was a little afraid to, but needed to. "I wish your mom could see this." Hudson closed his eyes but didn't turn to her. When he opened them again, he said,
Me too.
"We'll take lots of pictures, and when she's feeling up to it, you can show her."
Thanks.
He took 2 steps forward, as if walking away from that conversation.
Come on.
He said, not walking away from her.
Let's set up the auction items.
They spent the next hour and a half setting up each item and placing the correct labels and bidding sheets on the tables. Shannon had offered to have the staff do this, but Hudson wanted to handle it personally. Shannon was overwhelmed by the number of items that had been donated, and she was afraid they might run out of time or room on the tables. When it was all said and done, they had managed to squeeze everything in. "I can't believe all of this," Shannon said.
Why?
Hudson looked at her.
You're the one who said the town likes to come together and help each other.
"Yes, that's true, but this is even more than I could have imagined."
I imagined it,
Hudson said. She smiled. "I bet you did. That's because you're a visionary."
A visionary?
He scrunched his eyebrows together. "Yeah, you have ideas or see things that you want to make happen, and you go for it. You're a visionary who isn't afraid to put in the work to bring it to fruition."
Wow. I hope I'm half as good as you actually think I am.
"I think you can be." Shannon looked over, and their eyes met. She saw something flash in his eyes. Maybe admiration, maybe awe. She couldn't put her finger on it. But whatever it was, it made him the most attractive man she had ever seen. He stood from where he had been crouched down, straightened an item on the table, and walked over to her. They were inches apart, and he held out his hand.
Here.
He said, holding out a clipboard to her. When she reached out to take it, their fingers touched. Neither one of them let go of the clipboard, and Shannon could feel the heat radiating between them. She couldn't force herself to look away from him for a moment. Finally, she came to her senses and dropped her gaze as she cleared her throat. "Thanks," she said. Hudson let go of the clipboard then. He took a step back
as he tucked his hands into his pockets.
You're welcome.
We've got a few things to finish up here, and I need to go check on the food in the kitchen. She paused and tucked her hair behind her ears. You should go get ready and I'll finish up. That way you can come in fresh and see the finished product tonight. Hudson squinted his eyes as if he was thinking.
Are you sure? I don't mind staying a little longer.
Nope, we're fine here. You've done way more than most guests do for their own event.
Really?
He asked. Absolutely.
I just wanted to help and make sure everything went smoothly.
He gave her a concerned look.
But I don't want you to think it's because I didn't trust you to do it right.
Shannon waved her hand. Oh no, I never thought that. I appreciate how hands-on you've been. It shows how much you care about getting it right. That's a good thing. Hudson stared again.
You don't think it's because I'm a workaholic or because I have to be in control?
Shannon waited until he looked her in the eyes. No, she said confidently. I don't think that.
All right then. I guess I'll show how well I can take a break and how I can let someone else be in charge by leaving now.
He grinned. Sounds good. Off with you now. She shooed him away with her hands, but as her hand was in midair, he caught it and held it tightly in his. The gesture made her breath catch in her throat.
Thank you, Shannon.
You're welcome, she said breathlessly. Then Hudson turned and left. She watched him go and enjoyed the view as he turned back to smile at her one last time. When he was out of sight, she pressed her hand to her chest and begged her heart to return to a normal rhythm. His smile, his voice, the way he cared so much about every detail of the event, it all made her stomach do a little flip-flop. But when he touched her hand, she went weak in the knees. She cleared her throat, knowing she needed to get back to work. She had plenty left to do, and she wanted to have time to get ready, too. She planned to look her best for one of the most important events she had ever planned. Hudson straightened his tie and fiddled with his phone before tucking it away in his pocket. He didn't want to be too early, but he also hadn't been able to stay away any longer. The more time he spent with Shannon, the more he wanted to be with her.
This is ridiculous, he thought to himself. She has her life planned and it has nothing to do with me.
Still, he knew he couldn't stay away. And as much as he wanted to protect her from the life his mother had led, he just wanted to know her better. He cleared his throat and told himself just to enjoy tonight and let it be whatever it would be. But then he turned the corner, down the hallway, and entered the ballroom. Shannon stood next to the entrance, arranging a vase of flowers on the table. When she stood and turned to see him, he knew everything would be different after tonight, especially now that he had seen her in that dress. Hi, Shannon said. Her mint green dress swished when she turned. The dress was fitted to her and had inch-wide straps that fell into a V-neck, and then the flowing skirt came down to just below her knees. Hudson let his eyes travel down to the silver, high-heeled shoes she wore, and back up to the dainty necklace and dangling silver earrings that framed her face. He swallowed hard to push down the lump in his throat. Hi, he finally said. So what do you think? Shannon held up her hands and turned around facing the ballroom. Hudson never took his eyes off of her. Beautiful, he said without reservation. Shannon turned around. Her smile spread across her face, and she was beaming with pride. That's when Hudson realized what she was talking about.
Oh,
He said.
you meant the room.
Yes. Shannon tilted her head and scrunched her eyebrows, showing her confusion. What were you talking about? Here's your chance, he thought to himself. Go big or go home, right? After only a moment's pause, he said, You. He watched the blush that crept over her face, and she dropped her gaze to the floor. Thank you, she said. You look nice, too. Thanks, Hudson said, smoothing his hands over the black tie that matched his suit, then cleared his throat. But really, the room looks amazing. You did a magnificent job. He took 2 steps toward her. He would have taken 2 more, but he stopped when a voice interrupted him. Hey, anybody know where I can find a goofy-looking guy claiming he's in charge around here? Pete! Hudson shouted. He turned and greeted his friend with a handshake and a pat on the back. You came. Of course I did. I said I would, didn't I? Yes, you did, but I still wasn't sure. Pete's hand flew to his chest, as if he had been wounded. Man, that hurts. Hudson shrugged. Any other place I would have believed you, but you have mentioned your plans to never come back here more than once. Yeah, but when my best friend has this kind of shindig and needs my support, I throw caution to the wind. Thanks, man. It means a lot. I know. So, what's the deal with food? I drove straight here from the airport. I'm starved. Hudson shook his head. We'll eat later. Let me introduce you. He turned to Shannon and saw that her eyes were already wide. Pete, this is Shannon Kendrick. She's put the whole event together. Shannon, this is Pete. Pete Collins, right? Guilty as charged, Pete said. It's nice to meet you. Of course, I've heard about you. You're kind of famous around here. I think you mean infamous, but thanks. It's been a long time since I've been to town. We're glad you can make it tonight. Hudson has worked really hard planning the event. Let me show you around, Hudson said. Want to walk with us, Shannon? I should stay here in case guests arrive early. I want to be here to welcome them. All right, we'll just be over here, and we'll talk more later. His eyes met hers, and he gave her a look that meant a serious talk. He turned back to Pete and showed him into the ballroom. The food was on a row of long tables down the center of the room. Soft music played over the audio system, and the room was filled with the scent of the magnolia flowers that decorated the center of each table. He walked Pete past the circular tables, spread around the room, to the square of tables holding all the auction items. All of this was donated by people in the town. Can you believe how much we have? Pete glanced over the tables before looking back at his friend. Yeah, that's pretty cool, so tell me about this girl. He didn't waste any time. What? Hudson shrugged. Come on, I saw the look. Are you in love with her? In love? Hudson said out loud. I don't know her that well yet, but I might be, he thought. Yet, that's the important part. You're totally into her. Pete punched Hudson in the arm. Okay, so I'm interested in her, he said, knowing he couldn't hide it from Pete. But I still don't know if it will turn into anything. She's a small-town girl who likes small-town life. I don't think she's interested in the kind of life I have. Pete stared at him, with his jaw going slack. You mean the kind of life where you have everything? Yeah, most girls really hate that. He rolled his eyes. Well, this one might. She's not impressed by money. Seriously. But does she like you? Hudson shrugged his shoulders. I don't know yet. Again with the yet, so go find out. Pete turned and pointed to where Shannon stood near the door. Hudson followed where he pointed and saw her giving instructions to some of the servers.
I will, but not right now,
Hudson said, despite the fact that that was all he wanted to do right now.
Now, I want you to look over all these items and start deciding which ones you want to bid on, and I hope you plan to make a donation too.
Pete followed Hudson's instructions and looked at the items. Soon the room began to fill with people. Hudson couldn't believe the turnout and only hoped they had enough food. He made his way around the room, introducing himself and saying hello to people he had met over the last few weeks. He lit up when Kyle approached him and gave him a hearty handshake.
I'm really hoping to win those hamburgers for a month,
Hudson said, rubbing his stomach.
although I'll have to join a gym if I do.
Kyle laughed, his own belly shaking.
I hope you win too. It'd be nice to see you in my place every day.
As the last few minutes of the auction approached, Hudson went to the front where he took the microphone and announced that everyone should get their final bids in. He couldn't help the smile that spread over his face, knowing how well the fundraiser was going. He checked his watch again and glanced over at the auction tables. Shannon was there watching the time, too, and ready to take up all the papers as soon as the final seconds ticked down. She looked up at that moment, and he caught her eye. His heart thudded in his chest so hard that he reached up to place his hand over his heart. Shannon had seen him, and he couldn't be sure at this distance, but he thought she blushed. When a bell ringing sounded from the timer on the table, she broke their gaze and started making her way around the table, picking up the papers with bids. Hudson told himself to keep it together and went to the other end of the table to gather papers as well. When they met in the middle, he couldn't resist the urge to reach out and squeeze her hand.
Have you looked at some of these bids?
He asked. Yes, can you believe it?
No, I want to see them all, but it looks like people have been very generous.
Let's take them to my office to sort through them and make a list of all the winning bids. A few minutes later, they sat in Shannon's office. Clipboards sat all around the room.
Where should we start?
Hudson asked. It doesn't matter much, just pick one and we'll write down the highest bid. We'll just keep going until we've done them all.
Sounds good.
Hudson picked up the clipboard on the top of the pile, while Shannon settled in her computer. Ready, she said, posing her hands over the keyboard.
All right, this one is for a gift certificate to the clothing boutique.
He waited as he watched her type. He noticed how her slender fingers typed quickly. She glanced at him when she was ready for more information. He focused on the clipboard.
The winning bidder is Jenny Lawrence for $75.
All right, hand that one to me and I'll start a pile of finished ones over here. We'll also keep the sheet to mark when they've paid. Hudson handed her the clipboard and picked up another.
This one is from the depot for a month of hamburgers.
He quickly scanned the page for the highest bid.
What? I didn't win?
He said. The disappointment in his voice was obvious. Shannon giggled. I'm so sorry you didn't win. I guess you should have bid higher. He rubbed his chin.
I guess so. I guess that means I'll just have to pay for my burgers.
Maybe Kyle will give you a discount. Shannon grinned. They worked quickly after that, falling into a rhythm of Hudson calling out the info and handing Shannon the clipboard. Still, it was 40 minutes later when they reached the last one. Shannon typed it in and placed the clipboard in the pile. Then she reached up in the air with both arms and stretched. Her hand went to her left shoulder, and she squeezed the muscle.
Are you sore?
Hudson asked. It's okay, just a little stiff from sitting here typing. I'm not the best at watching my posture in a desk chair. Hudson was behind her in a second. He placed his hands on her shoulders and began to massage her muscles. The touch sent tingles through his own arms. He kneaded the muscles until she seemed to relax a little. "Thanks," she said quietly. The room seemed to fall still and silent as he spun her around in the chair to face him. He crouched down in front of her. "It's the least I can do after all you've done for me." He watched her go pink all over. "What have I done?" she asked. "For starters, this whole event, it would never have been successful without you. You planned it, and your relationships with the town is what got us all the donations. And honestly, I think you're why everyone came. None of them knew me, but they accepted me because of you." He paused and took a deep breath. "But most of all, you accepted me. I always wanted to live a small town life and build relationships with people, real relationships, not just surface business acquaintances like I usually have. And you let me have that. And you just act like I can be a normal person. You believed in me." "I do believe in you." Shannon let out a quiet sigh, and that was Hudson's undoing. "I know," he said. He stood and took her hands in his and pulled her to stand too. Slowly, he closed the distance between them. He could feel his own heart pounding, and as he put his hand around her waist and pulled her close, he was sure he could feel hers pounding along with his. He could smell her hair, a scent of honey and lavender, and he breathed it in as he glanced down at her lips. She looked up at him expectantly, and he lowered his head. The door burst open, and they both jumped back as if an explosion had happened in between them. Paige stood in the door. "Hey, I just came to see if you needed help with the auction items." Nope. I mean, Shannon stammered. "We got it all done." She pointed at her computer. "I just need to print the list and we'll come make the announcements." "All right." Paige had a twinkle in her eye. "I'll let you finish up then." She turned and shut the door. Shannon tucked her hair behind her ears. I guess I'll print this. You go on and I'll meet you out there in a minute." "Okay," Hudson said quietly. He tried not to show his disappointment. He walked to the door and opened it, but he stopped when he heard her voice. "Hudson?" "Yeah," he said, turning to meet her gaze. "Everything you said." She paused. "I hope you know this, but I think you can be whoever you want to be." Chapter 14. Rain pounded on the windows, outside her office window, but Shannon barely paid attention. She sat staring at her computer, trying to concentrate on the calendar and to-do list in front of her. But her thoughts kept drifting back to the fundraiser and the way Hudson looked at her. "I didn't expect that," she thought to herself. She sighed for the 100th time that morning. "Surely I'm just reading into this. He could have any girl he wants, and I'm sure his own city is full of them. Girls who want to marry a rich guy and ride off in his limousine." She shook her head, reminding herself that she didn't want that kind of life. "I want to do the work I've trained for. I want to help people and make my life useful." She had almost convinced herself to go back to work when there was a knock on her door. "Come in," she said casually. Her heart almost stopped when Hudson walked in the door. "Hey," he said. "Hey," she replied, tucking her hair behind her ears and standing up.
Did he know I was thinking about him?
You busy?
He asked. Well, she waved a hand over her computer. I'm supposed to be, but I'm a little distracted today. He raised his eyebrows as if waiting for her to say more, but she didn't.
Do you have time for more distraction today? I was wondering if we could get lunch together.
The word together seemed to hang in the air. Shannon stared at him for a moment. Did he really want to spend time with her? Sure, I can do lunch. Did you have something to talk about?
Planning another fundraiser?
She asked with a tease in her tone.
No.
Hudson met her gaze and held it, his own eyes looking serious.
I just want to have lunch with you.
Shannon's heartbeat pounded in her ears. Oh, she practically whispered. All right.
Is now good? I can wait if you need time.
No, that's all right. I can go now. I'm not accomplishing anything anyway. Let me just send this email. She sat down and typed furiously at her keyboard for a moment before clicking send. Then she stood. Done, let's go. Do you want to go somewhere or just in the restaurant? Hudson shrugged.
I'm good either way. It's your choice.
Do you mind if we just eat here? Then I can get back to work.
Sure, sounds good.
She came around her desk, and he opened the door and waited for her to walk out. They fell in step beside each other as they walked down the hall towards the restaurant. What's your morning been like? Shannon asked.
Fine, I've been reading over some proposals. It sounds like our mornings have been similar. I've been pretty distracted.
He looked over at her and smiled.
That's why I came to see you.
You've been distracted by me? She asked.
Absolutely. You're very distracting.
Shannon tried to hide her blush by changing the subject. When will you order the fire truck? I mean, how do you even order something like that? Hudson grinned.
It's a complicated procedure, but I've spoken to the station chief about the details. He and I have a meeting tomorrow to decide on all the features and details. It may take about a month to 6 weeks before it comes, though.
Will you still be here in a month?
What?
Shannon started to reply, but they had walked into the restaurant. She waited until they were seated and had placed their drink orders before she continued. I just wondered how long you will stay in town. I know your father wants you to be in the office in New York, so... She let her sentence hang. Hudson cleared his throat.
That's something I've been wanting to talk to you about.
He rubbed the scruff on his chin. He almost seemed nervous.
Shannon, what do you see as your plan for the future? Maybe like a 5-year plan?
Shannon's eyes were wide as he spoke, but she launched into her answer. Well, I want to use my counseling degree. You know that I'm going to Louisiana in September. I don't know whether I'll stay there a year or 5 or 20. But I know I want to work with people and help them, however I can. And I especially want to be a friend and mentor to kids who are less fortunate. Hudson didn't speak for a moment. He slowly nodded as he listened to her speak. What is it? Shannon blurted out.
It's just...
He stared out the window, as if he was trying to decide how to say what he was thinking.
Doing the fundraiser was important to me because of my mom. But I think I see why it was so important to her. There was a need, and I was able to do something about it, like you said, to help people. And I want to do more of that.
So why don't you?
I want to. And I wish I could go somewhere like you and work and do that full time.
Shannon repeated her sentence. So why don't you?
Hudson huffed. It's not that simple.
Tell me why not.
I have a responsibility. My life has been planned out since I was born. There's not a choice for me to walk away and do what I want. It's just not that simple.
So what does 5 years look like for you then?
He shrugged. Working for the company, taking over as CEO, and spending my life there.
That sounds pretty final.
But Shannon, I need to tell you, I don't want to leave this town. I want the small town life. I want to be here, and I want to spend more time with you.
Shannon couldn't hide the surprise on her face. She had spent so much time telling herself that he wasn't interested in her, that he had other options. Me? She said.
Yes.
He reached out and took her hand across the table and held it in both of his.
You have accepted me and shown me around this town and introduced me to a life I've only dreamed of. I wish I could stay in Pine Haven always.
He sighed as he looked away.
It's true that I can't be here all the time. Work will require me to be in New York often.
He turned back to face her.
But I want to be here as much as I can. This is the only place I've ever lived that really feels like home. And that has more to do with you than you realize.
But I won't be here either. I'm moving. Sure, I'll be back to visit too. Pine Haven has always been my home, and I'll come back. I wish that I could do the kind of work I'll be doing in Louisiana here. But right now, that's not an option. So I have to go.
Do you think there's a chance we could make this work between us?
Shannon knew she should say no. They were too different. They would be worlds apart. How in the world could they start a relationship? But when she looked into his eyes, she saw how he pleaded with her.
I know it seems crazy, but I could come visit you any time, or you could come to New York.
Shannon. He squeezed her hand for emphasis.
I have found something with you, and I just want a chance to see what's there. Please.
Shannon grinned at his insistence. Finally, she spoke. We can try. Hudson closed his eyes and smiled. I'm here until September. We'll have time before I move, and then we can see what we want to do after that.
I can tell you now that I will be making plans to fly to Louisiana.
He looked like he was about to say more, but his phone rang, interrupting him. He glanced at the screen before saying,
I'm sorry, I have to take this. Excuse me.
He stood and took his phone call out into the hallway. Shannon waited until he was out of sight before burying her face in her hands. Ugh, what am I thinking? She asked herself. I can't spend my weeks counseling foster kids and my weekends with my boyfriend who flew in on his private jet. But the word boyfriend stuck in her mind, and she couldn't help glancing over to catch a glimpse of Hudson near the doorway. He spoke quietly, and there was a crease in his brow that she could see even at this distance. Good grief, he's handsome, though, and kind, and thoughtful. She stopped herself before she thought of any more reasons she should say yes. But he's wealthy and lives a life of privilege. It's not real life, and it's not the life that I want. I need to be honest with him. She began working up her courage to tell him when he came back to the table. But moments later, she looked up to see him approaching. He was smiling from ear to ear.
Hey, sorry about that.
Must have been a good phone call, she said.
Actually, no. My father was calling to tell me I'm needed in town next week. There are papers to sign and meetings to attend.
Then why do you look so happy? She wanted to know before she turned him down.
because I've thought of something that makes me happy despite going to town for business.
Oh?
Yes. Will you come with me? To New York?
Shannon thought she had been surprised before, but this was even bigger. What?
Have you ever been to New York?
No, Shannon said.
Then come. I'll get you a hotel, of course. It's only a couple of days, and I'll have work to do. But then I can show you around. We can do dinner and see a show if you want, or just sightsee together. Either way.
He reached out and laced his fingers through hers, and Shannon lost all sense of logic.
Either way, it means I won't have to go days without seeing you. Please?
He gave her that pleading grin again.
Say you'll come.
She knew that there was no way she could turn him down now. Maybe I can find a way to make it work. Before she could talk some sense into herself, she heard the words tumble from her lips. All right, I'll go. Chapter 15. Hudson watched Shannon as she peered out the window of the jet.
What do you think?
He asked. It's nice, she said, turning her attention to glance around the cabin. They sat in beige leather seats, allowing them plenty of space, and Shannon had already stood and walked the length of the cabin several times, looking out each window and taking it all in. Hudson had his laptop on the pull-out desk over his seat, but he was too busy watching her to work.
Would you like something to drink? Water, soda, juice? We have, well, everything.
Shannon laughed. Of course you do. She waved her hand, but I'm good now. Maybe later?
All right. Just let me know if you change your mind.
I will, Shannon said. She leaned her head back against the headrest and spun around in her seat. I'm sorry, I'll let you get some work done. I brought a book, so I'll just read. She reached for her bag. Hudson let his chin fall into his hand, and he continued to watch her.
It's way more fun watching you.
Oh, really? She asked, standing and going to where he sat across the aisle. Surely you're working on something fun. Let me see. She leaned close to him to peer over his shoulder and look at the screen of his computer. Hudson could smell the scent of vanilla as she came close, and he took a deep breath. He wanted to close his eyes and just breathe in her closeness. He forced himself to focus on his computer. But he had been ignoring it so long, it had gone to sleep. Shannon pointed at the blank screen. I think I see the problem here. Hudson grinned and snapped the computer shut. He set it aside and took Shannon's hands in his.
I told you, it's so boring, even the computer can't stay awake.
She laughed. It can't be that bad. Tell me what you're working on. Hudson stared at the ceiling, remembering the details of the one of many business proposals his father had sent.
It's a business investment. Basically, a large company wants to buy up a couple of smaller companies in their area, so they need an investment to do that.
Huh. So that smaller businesses will go away, and bigger businesses will get bigger? She scrunched her eyebrows.
Let's not talk about work.
Before he could think about it, he pulled her down into his lap. He wrapped his arms around her, thinking how much he enjoyed being close to her.
Is there anything you would like to see in town?
Shannon seemed hesitant to be sitting with him, but she settled in and faced him as she spoke. It's your town. I showed you around Pine Haven, so you can show me without suggestions. Hudson narrowed his eye and smiled a sly grin.
So I'm in charge.
Yep, you're in charge.
All right, I can handle that. But don't forget that it was your decision, so no complaining.
Shannon met his eyes and scooted closer.
Her gaze turned serious as she looked at him. I'm not complaining. Hudson felt his senses kick into high gear as he looked from her eyes to her lips. Her face was just inches above him, and he looked up at her. Slowly he reached his hand up and cradled her neck. His heart pounded as he began to close the gap between them. He could just feel her breath on his face, and he was just about to kiss her when the plane shook. Shannon's face went white, and her eyes opened wide in panic. She ducked her head and clung to Hudson. He wrapped both arms around her tightly.
It's all right, he said. Just a little turbulence.
But it was more than a little, and the plane continued to shake, off and on for several minutes. Once it began to clear, Shannon jumped up from Hudson's lap and without a word ran for the bathroom. Hudson stood and paced, not sure if he should check on her or give her privacy. He decided on the latter and stood awkwardly waiting for her to come back. A few minutes passed before she came out.
Are you all right?
He went to her side and reached out to touch her arm. Yeah. She dropped her gaze to the floor and went to her seat slowly. But I think I'll take you up on that drink now. Maybe some Sprite or ginger ale.
Of course.
He pushed a button on the wall. When a woman appeared a few moments later, Hudson asked for a ginger ale. The woman left and returned shortly with the beverage. Shannon settled in as she sipped the drink. Hudson was thankful that the rest of the flight went on without more turbulence, but neither of them initiated close contact again. Later that afternoon, Shannon sat on a king-sized bed in the fanciest hotel room she had ever seen. Hudson had gone to a meeting at the office, so he had checked her in and sent her to the room with instructions that Paul, his driver, would pick her up to meet him in a couple of hours. She opened the hotel room door and walked in to find a spacious sitting room with a couch, TV, and mini fridge. On the coffee table was a large bouquet of daisies. A smile spread over her face as she approached and lifted the card. It read, Shannon, welcome to my city, Hudson. She breathed in the scent of the flowers before she turned to take in the rest of the room. 2 double doors led to the bedroom, and she walked to the doorway to take a peek. Her stomach still felt a little queasy from the flight, or maybe just because she hadn't eaten since. But she took one look at the bed, with the white, billowing comforter, and more pillows than she could count. It looked like a giant cloud. She giggled, and then took a few quick steps before falling face first into the bed. She gave a happy sigh. It felt as fluffy and comfortable as it looked. Now she sat up on the bed. She had allowed herself the luxury of a nap, and she woke feeling refreshed, not at all queasy, and definitely hungry. She jumped up and grabbed her phone to see a text from Hudson.
Paul, my driver, will be waiting for you at 5. Can't wait to see you.
Shannon smiled. I can't wait to see you either, she texted back. Glancing at her watch, she saw that she should hurry. She had worn comfortable clothes for the flight, but she wanted to dress up for dinner. She turned some music on with her phone. The screen prompted her to connect to the Wi-Fi, and then asked if she wanted to connect to Bluetooth speakers. She clicked the button, and her music came streaming through speakers throughout the bedroom and bathroom. She laughed out loud. I could get used to this. At 5 o'clock, she headed down to the lobby on the elevator.
She had dressed in her favorite little black dress and heels. She wore silver earrings that moved as she walked and a single silver bracelet. She walked across the lobby, her heels clicking with each step across the marble floor. As the doorman opened the tall glass doors, she saw Hudson's driver standing beside the black sedan, waiting for her. She approached, and he opened the back door of the car.
Miss Kendrick?
He said with a nod. Thank you. Shannon climbed in and took a seat next to the window. She watched out the window as they drove. The tall buildings passed by, and she couldn't help but think she had never seen this much traffic in her life. With vehicles bumper to bumper, it took 30 minutes to travel to the building that held Jennings Enterprises. Shannon stared up at the building. She had imagined it, but this far surpassed anything in her imagination. But she didn't have long to take it in. Hudson emerged from the building and came straight to the car. He opened the door, and Shannon scooted over to let him in.
Hi.
Hudson smiled as soon as he saw her.
How was the hotel?
Oh, it was wonderful. Thank you for the flowers.
You're welcome.
How was your meeting?
As expected, I guess. But let's talk about dinner. My assistant got us reservations. Are you hungry?
Starved, Shannon practically shouted. Hudson laughed.
All right, then.
He pressed a button and spoke.
We're ready, Paul. To seasons 52, please.
Then he slid over close to Shannon and easily slipped his hand into hers. Tingles ran up her arm as he laced his fingers through hers.
So, what do you think of the city so far?
Busy, Shannon grinned. I think I like it, though. It's new, and I'm always up for an adventure.
I'm sorry you're not seeing much today. Tomorrow I can take you to some of the tourist spots before I have to go to the office.
Sounds good. But don't worry, the nap I had was pretty great, too.
Mm-hmm. I've always wondered what you do with your free time when you're not volunteering or working or giving tours of the town to strangers.
You caught me. No, really, though. I don't know the last time I took a nap.
Taking a break can be a good thing. You know, sometimes it helps to get away from normal life to step back and figure out what it is that you really want.
Shannon eyed him. And what is it that you think I want? She teased.
I can't say for sure, but I'm hoping you might be interested in a handsome big city boy turned small town billionaire.
Shannon shrugged. Maybe. She didn't say more, since they had pulled up to the restaurant, and the driver came around to open their door. Hudson stepped out and turned back to offer his hand to Shannon. He kept her hand as they walked through the doors. He kept her hand all the way until they were seated at the table, and only let go when she needed it to look over the menu. I feel a little out of my league, Shannon admitted. What's good?
Everything, Hudson said, but I'm partial to the seafood.
Shannon made a face.
You don't like seafood?
Not really.
So what kind of food do you like?
Shannon laughed. You'll think I'm crazy. Hudson only grinned. My favorite is Mexican food. I could probably survive on chips and salsa alone. Hudson laughed as Shannon spoke. See, I knew you would think I was crazy.
No, not crazy. I think it fits you. Sorry, though. Do you want to go somewhere else? I'm sure we can find a Mexican place somewhere.
No, this is great. I told you, I'm up for trying something new. You just asked me my favorite.
Well, sorry. No Mexican. And you don't like seafood. But they have good steaks, pasta, and fancy salads.
Shannon decided on a chicken pasta dish, while Hudson ordered a grilled seafood dinner. They made small talk while they waited on their meals. When the food arrived, Hudson turned the conversation to more serious topics.
Tell me more about what you'll be doing in Louisiana.
Shannon took a moment to swallow a bite before she spoke. Well, I don't know exactly. I'll find out more when I get there. My official title will be the director of the girls' program for the camp. It's a camp for foster kids, and they have summer camps, weekend retreats throughout the year, and after-school programs. So I'll do planning for those and oversee staff members and things like that. But I'll also serve as a sort of guidance counselor, and that's what I'm most excited about.
Did you always know you wanted to study counseling?
Hudson leaned in to hear her. Shannon nodded. At least since high school. When I was little, I thought maybe I wanted to be a teacher, but I don't think I could be cooped up in a classroom all day.
No, I can't picture you doing that.
I would feel trapped. That's one thing I love about this camp. Sure, I'll have to work in the office some of the time, but right outside the door will be people and woods and activity areas. That will give me plenty of space to breathe.
That sounds nice,
Hudson said. Shannon noticed that he had looked away from her and stared at the table. She tried to think of something to ask him, but she knew about his job, and that wasn't something he wanted to talk about. She decided to change the subject. So what's your favorite place in New York? Hudson lifted his eyes and seemed to study her. He furrowed his eyebrows before saying,
I don't have one yet.
Yet? Why not?
Because I haven't taken you anywhere in New York yet.
Chapter 16. Hudson sat at his desk in the New York office after an afternoon full of meetings. His father had wanted him to sit in on meetings with current clients and a few new ones, trying to introduce him as a way of passing the baton. But Hudson had had enough for the day. All he could think about was getting back to Pine Haven. It was enough to make him want to walk out and not come back, but he knew he wouldn't. Walter Jennings chose that moment to walk into Hudson's office, which just about pushed Hudson over the edge.
Hey,
he said, trying to sound pleasant.
Did you need something? I'm leaving in 5 minutes.
Walter glanced at his watch, feigning surprise.
I'm sorry,
he said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I didn't realize you were an hourly employee.
Hudson scoffed. No, they work better hours than me.
Listen to me, son, Walter began.
Here it comes,
Hudson thought, knowing he had pushed his father's buttons one too many times. You were born into a life of privilege and responsibility. You have enjoyed plenty of the privileges in your lifetime, and now it's time to accept your responsibilities. Hudson felt his blood pressure rise and his face growing hot.
I have no problem with responsibilities. I am an adult who is responsible and competent. What I have never wanted was zero choices in what to do with my life.
And what exactly is it you want to do with your life that's better than what I've done with mine? Hudson took a deep breath. He looked at his father and noticed that he looked a little pale. This was useless, and he knew it. Would explaining get him anywhere? No, he didn't think so. He stared in silence at his father for several moments before he quietly spoke.
I want to say in my own future.
You have a say. Walter pointed a finger straight in his direction.
You can choose to accept the life and the position that has been handed to you on a silver platter, or you can choose to walk away and get nothing. I know you've mentioned that, Hudson said through clenched teeth. He stood and went to the window, his hands on his hips. So if you've made your decision, stop complaining. Hudson sighed. I have made my decision, but I don't have to like it. You need to get over yourself and stop thinking you're better than this job. What we do is important. We fund and start businesses. You think you want to help people? We help people do the work they want to do. And we help big companies buy out small businesses that support families. Walter's face turned red, and he took in a breath to start yelling, Hudson assumed. But instead, he began to cough. It came on so quickly that it took Hudson by surprise. The coughing turned violent and wrenched his body. He gripped the desk, trying to gasp for air. Dad, Hudson hurried to his side. Are you all right? He took 2 steps towards his desk. Here, I'll get some water. He went to the mini fridge and pulled out a bottle of water, unscrewed the lid, and handed it to his father. Walter waved it away, but Hudson pressed it into his hand. As the coughing finally slowed, he took a sip of water. Better? Hudson asked. I'm fine. Walter took a few breaths, still leaning on the desk with both hands. He raised himself up and looked Hudson in the eye. This company is our family legacy. I don't want to see it fall apart. So shape up and get your mind in the right place. He turned to go, but he stopped in the doorway and turned his head to look at Hudson. And I expect you to be in New York full-time starting in 2 weeks. Get that small-town idea out of your system. Shannon stood frozen in place. She had tucked herself behind the corner when she heard heated words coming from Hudson's office. She hadn't meant to eavesdrop, but there wasn't anywhere for her to go. Hudson had shown her around town during the morning, and when he had gone into the office, he had asked her to meet him there at 5. When the driver pulled up, Shannon knocked on the window and told Paul, I'd like to go in and see Hudson's office. Is that all right? Yes, ma'am. Mr. Jennings' office is on the 14th floor, 1407. Thanks, Shannon said, opening her door and jumping out before Paul could make it around. She smiled the whole trip up the elevator, excited to surprise Hudson. But her smile had faded when she heard the argument going on. She had pressed herself against the wall, her eyes wide when she heard the coughing fit. Now she couldn't move. She heard Hudson's father's footsteps walking the other direction down the hallway. She wanted to feel relieved, but his words echoed in her mind. Get that small town out of your system. Would Hudson do that? Panic rose in her throat, but she pushed it back down. She had to get it together before she saw Hudson. In her mind, she counted to 100 before peeling herself from the wall. She took a deep breath and pasted on the smile she had had in the elevator. A few quick steps later, she was in the doorway. Hi, she said cheerily. Hudson had been facing the window, but he turned at the sound of her voice. His eyes looked sad, but he smiled at her. Hi, he said. I was just about to head down to meet you. I wanted to surprise you. He took several steps towards her, and she moved towards him. He held out his arms to her, and she went into his embrace. They hugged for a moment before she leaned back to look at him. He narrowed his eyes at her and looked thoughtful. Finally, he said, You hurt us, didn't you?
Shannon lowered her head. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I was just coming to surprise you, but I stopped when I heard voices. Hudson sighed.
It's all right. It's not your fault. You shouldn't have to hide that you heard, though.
Well, I know you don't want to talk about it.
Do you want me to?
I wish you could tell me how you feel. Hudson stooped to her level to meet her gaze.
Not here. But let's get some dinner and we can talk more then, okay?
Shannon gave a half-hearted grin. Okay, what do you want to do for dinner? Hudson's smile returned.
I was thinking we could get Mexican takeout.
Sounds good to me.
Do you mind if we have it delivered?
I'd love to show you my apartment.
It has a great view of the city and we can eat and talk without interruption.
Sure, Shannon said. Hudson linked his fingers with hers. 45 minutes later, the car pulled up in front of Hudson's apartment building. They had spent the drive over looking for good Mexican places on Hudson's phone. The food would arrive not long after they did.
That's one great thing about New York. You can have any kind of food delivered in no time.
Yeah, not so much in Pine Haven. But you do have a personal chef there, so I'm pretty sure you can still get whatever you want in no time.
You got me there, which seals the deal. I can just live in Pine Haven.
Shannon laughed, but she knew that wasn't true. Her emotions battled inside her all the way up the elevator to the floor where Hudson lived. The whole floor, that is. The elevator door opened, and Shannon's mouth dropped open. Wow, she whispered. The living room looked bigger than her whole house. She took slow steps inside, her eyes taking in the high ceilings and marble floors. The room had been decorated in a way that seemed fitting for Hudson, though she doubted he had picked it out himself. Dark leather couches took up the center of the room, and tall wooden bookshelves lined the walls. But her attention was drawn to the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, and without thinking, she crossed the room to stand by them. The view of the city was breathtaking. It was only beginning to get dark, but she knew the lights would shine into the windows soon.
What do you think?
Hudson's voice was close behind her. It's amazing, she said. How long have you lived here?
Almost 5 years. Ever since I finished college and came back to work with my dad.
Wow. Shannon placed her hand on the glass. It felt cool to her touch, and she realized she was leaving a handprint. She pulled back and saw the imprint from her palm. Oops, she said, staring at it. Hudson laughed. He came up behind her and wrapped his arms around her.
Don't worry, it's not permanent. But if it was, at least I would always think of you when I saw it.
Shannon let herself cozy up into him, despite the gnawing inside that told her not to let him get close. That would be good? She asked.
That would be very good.
He cleared his throat, as if getting ready to say something important.
So, do you think you could ever see yourself here? In New York?
Shannon closed her eyes, not wanting to answer. She knew what he wanted to hear, but could she tell him that? Hudson. She let the word hang, and she started to push out of his embrace. Instead of letting her go, he turned her around to face him.
What? It's just a question.
It's not just a question. It's a big deal question.
Well, you're kind of a big deal to me.
Shannon looked him in the eyes and stared at him silently.
Am I not a big deal to you?
She closed her eyes again. Yes, you are.
Then I need to know if you could ever see yourself here. Maybe doing the kind of work you want to do in the city.
Shannon sighed. I don't know, Hudson. I don't know about New York, but I think I can see myself being with you. Hudson gave a sigh that sounded like a mixture of happiness and relief. With one hand still around her waist, he reached his other hand up to cup her face. He didn't waste time closing the distance between them. His lips met hers, tenderly but firmly. She returned his kiss and wrapped her arms around his waist. He kissed her slowly. Shannon breathed in the smell of him, the closeness, the safety of his embrace. She felt herself getting lost in the intoxication of it all when the sound of a bell rang. Hudson barely removed his lips from hers and touched his nose to hers. His eyes closed, he said,
The food's here.
Shannon let out a long, slow breath and took a step backward. All right. Hudson seemed reluctant to let her go, but he did and turned to go. She took the opportunity to try to compose herself, but she knew the smile spread across her face was too much to hide. When he returned, carrying 2 big bags, looking adorable, she couldn't help the giggle that escaped her lips.
What?
He said. Nothing. Where do you want to eat?
Your choice,
He said.
There's a dining room table that seats 12, or we can camp out in the living room and watch TV.
Living room sounds good.
Living room it is.
Hudson walked to the couch and began setting out food on the table.
Would you mind getting some plates and forks from the kitchen? It's just through there.
Sure. She headed through the door Hudson gestured towards and gasped when she entered the kitchen. It was huge and spotless and contained every kitchen device she could possibly imagine anyone ever needing. She began opening cabinets looking for plates and found glasses, vases, and more kitchen gadgets. Eventually, she found a cabinet with dishes, but they weren't the kind of plates she would expect to eat Mexican food on. She shrugged and pulled out 2 plates. It took opening 6 drawers before she found forks, and she hoped she wouldn't need to find anything else in the giant kitchen. Back in the living room, she found Hudson sitting on the couch, the food all set out, and the remote in his hand. The biggest TV she had ever seen had appeared over the mantel. She guessed it must have been hidden behind a door. Hudson was scanning a selection of movies on the screen. He glanced over at her.
Want to pick something?
Maybe in a little bit. Right now, I just want to eat.
Hudson smiled. I love that you say exactly what you're thinking.
She cocked her head as she handed him a plate and started filling her own. Do you?
Of course, he said. It's nice. Funny sometimes, but just nice to know that you're honest and open.
Shannon took a bite of chips and salsa before she spoke again. But are you open and honest with me? Hudson turned and gave her his full attention. He reached out and rubbed her arm up and down.
I'm trying to be. I'll tell you anything you want to know.
Shannon blew out a breath. Why won't you tell your father what you really want to do?
Because it won't do any good.
Why not?
It won't change anything. Telling him won't mean that he understands. He has been clear. There is one path for me.
And what would happen if you walked away?
He would cut me off.
Like no money.
No money, no job, no help. He would disown me as his son.
But then you could do what you wanted, right? Hudson shook his head.
Not exactly. It wouldn't be easy to find a job when people know I walked away from Jennings Enterprises. And without financial backing, I wouldn't be able to start a company on my own. It's just more complicated than that. And besides,
Hudson paused and dropped his gaze to the floor.
I don't agree with my dad, and we have our differences. But I won't walk away from him on bad terms. He's already lost one son, and I don't want to be the second one.
Shannon reached out and took his hand. but her eyes were wide with shock. What? He didn't look at her when he continued.
My brother, John. He never wanted anything to do with the business either, but he was more of a rebel than me. He said he never wanted to work for the company, even when he was a teenager, but he still wanted to live off of my dad. When my dad cut him off and told him he would never see his trust fund, my mother gave him money behind my dad's back. He wanted to travel, so when he got money, he left the country and went to Europe. He never made it back.
Shannon gasped, and her free hand flew to her mouth. What happened? She whispered. Pain showed on Hudson's face.
A motorcycle accident. We never knew a lot of details, and it seems like a senseless thing. That he was driving and was hit by a truck. He didn't make it to the hospital.
Hudson, I'm so sorry.
I miss my brother, and I hate what he did. I know he didn't want to work for the company, but he ran away from it and wasted his life. And I won't do the same thing.
He finally looked up and met Shannon's eyes.
I can't walk away from this. I have to take care of my mother, and I can still use the company resources to help people in small ways. But I have to stay with the company and work the job that has always been laid out for me.
Shannon wanted to tell him she understood, and yes, of course, she could stand beside him while he worked for his father's company, but she didn't think she could do that. I get that. I don't really agree, but I get it, and I'll try to understand. Chapter 17. The clock above the mantel ticked the seconds, and to Hudson's ears it felt loud and obnoxious. He sat in the living room of his house in Pine Haven. He rubbed his chin and tried to make sense of everything that had happened in the past few days. He touched his lips and remembered the feeling of kissing Shannon. It had been everything he had dreamed of, and he had wanted more. But things seemed strained between them after he told her he would never leave the company. Even the flight home had been awkward. They both tried to pretend things were fine, but he knew she was resisting being a part of the life he lived. And he had to admit that he had second thoughts about asking her to walk into this life when he could walk up the stairs and see what it had done to his mother. He had called Pete after he dropped Shannon off at her house without even a small kiss.
I don't know what to do,
he had told his friend.
I don't get it. She likes you, but she can't be with a rich guy? Most girls would be thrilled about that.
Hudson shook his head.
She's not most girls. So convince her you'll make it work.
But how?
I don't know. You're a small-town guy now, too. So let her see that and let her know you're the same guy, whether you're in Pine Haven or New York.
Huh.
That's a good point. I'll think on that. Thanks.
Anytime.
But just for the record, I would like for you to be the guy in New York.
Hudson chuckled.
I miss you too, man.
Later, Pete hung up. Now Hudson sat on the couch, wondering how he could show Shannon that he was the guy for her. He had been trying to be a laid-back guy, ordering Mexican to eat in the living room in New York. That had seemed normal and casual, but it had turned out strained at that time. But maybe he could try again. He grabbed his phone and typed out a text to her. After he clicked send, he fell back on the couch and did the one thing he really needed to do: pray.
God, he said out loud, I feel stuck in the life I have. Stuck in my father's company, doing work I don't really care about. But I care about Shannon, and I want a life with her in it. If I have to be in this life that my father has laid out, please show Shannon how she can be part of that life with me.
I just don't know what to do, Shannon said. She looked over her coffee mug across the table to Paige. The two friends sat in the practically empty dining room at the club. Paige bit her bottom lip and sat thinking before she answered. Do you like him? Shannon let her face fall into her hands. Of course I do. He's kind and caring, and he's not scared off by my personality. I think he really cares about helping people. But I just can't see myself going off to be with a CEO in New York and living a life of wealth when I see all the hurting people around me. Why does that have to change how you care about people? Wouldn't his position be a great opportunity to help people? Paige asked. Shannon sighed. I don't know, maybe. But I don't want to turn into a rich person just handing out money to people who have less. I don't want to flaunt that. It's not flaunting it. Even the Bible says that to whom much is given, much is to be expected. So if someone has a lot, but he does good with it, that's not bad. Yeah, I guess. Shannon, I know it's not what you imagined. Paige paused to laugh. Although it's what plenty of people dream of. But if you care about him as a person, you have to be able to see him for that and not for his money. If he had no money and you didn't like him because of that, you would be a terrible person. So why is it okay to not like him because he has money? That's a good point, I suppose. It just doesn't change how I feel. I do like him. But I still have to be able to live with myself, and I don't know if that's something I could do. And really, how would I explain that to my mom? I understand that. I'm sure that your mom would understand. He's not the same person as your birth father, but all I can tell you to do is pray about it. God will show you. Shannon sighed, dropped her shoulders. I know you're right. That just doesn't make it easy. Her phone buzzed on the table, and she reached for it. When she saw the name, she looked back at Paige without reading the text. It's Hudson. Great, Paige said, a little too cheerily. I've got to get back to work, so talk to him. You'll figure it out. She left Shannon at the table. Shannon took a deep breath and closed her eyes. God, she prayed silently, I don't know what to do here. You know I like him. I like him a lot. But I have plans and goals and ideas that I believe in, and I don't want to give that up. Please help me to know what to do. When she opened her eyes, she didn't have any answers. But she knew that she didn't want to walk away from Hudson. So she glanced at the message on her phone. Can I see you tonight? Something low-key. I would just like to talk. Dinner at my house? Shannon tapped her cheek as she considered her answer. She knew they needed to talk. She typed out a message and sent it before she changed her mind. What time? At 6 o'clock that evening, Shannon stood in front of Hudson's house. She stared at the structure for several minutes, gathering her nerves. She had gone home after work and changed into jeans and a pale blue t-shirt. She twirled the end of her ponytail. She had seen this house before, driving past when she was in high school. But it looked different now. Of course, it had been redone, but something about knowing who lived inside and how he had enough money to buy up a piece of property and fix it up before he ever set foot inside it made the house look different to her. She cleared her throat as she climbed the steps and rang the doorbell. She put on a smile, expectantly waiting for Hudson to greet her. She waited a minute, then 2, then 3. Should she ring again? Was he home? She rang the bell a second time, and after what seemed like an eternity, the door cracked open. She put her smile back on, but when the door opened, her smile quickly fell away. "Are you all right?" Her voice was full of concern. Hudson wore jeans and a plain black shirt, but his face was pale, and his eyes were red and puffy. His hair looked disheveled. He said nothing, but opened the door and reached out for her arm to pull her inside. Shannon ignored the house she had been so interested in moments earlier and turned to face Hudson straight on. She grasped both of his arms in her hands as she spoke. "Hudson, tell me what's wrong."
It's my mother.
"Oh, Hudson." Shannon's face fell. She feared the worst. But Hudson went on.
She's still with us, but she's taken a turn for the worst.
Shannon reached up and cupped his face. "How long?" Hudson sucked in a breath.
The doctor is still here, but he said it could be hours or days.
"I'm so sorry. I didn't realize. Should I go?" He met her eyes and reached out to grip her hand.
No, please. Please stay.
"Of course. I'll do whatever you need me to do."
I would really like for you to meet her.
Shannon gave him a smile as her eyes filled with tears. "Of course, I would love to meet your mother." He took her hand and led her up the steps. Neither of them said a word. Just before he opened the door, Shannon stopped him. "Hudson, she hated to ask, does she know you today?"
It's been back and forth, but she has recognized me. I'm hoping she does now.
Shannon nodded and followed him into the room. Mary Jennings lay in the bed, only slightly propped up by a pillow. Machines around her beeped as they monitored her heartbeat and breathing. A nurse stood back from the bed a little, and the doctor stood next to the bed, watching the monitors.
Hudson, the doctor said, I've done everything I can. I think the best thing now is for you to be here with her. Thank you, sir.
Hudson put on a brave face, but Shannon could hear the quiver in his voice. He walked to the bed and leaned over and kissed her on the cheek. Her eyes barely fluttered open. "Hudson." The word was practically inaudible, but enough to know she recognized her son.
I'm here, Mom,
he said.
I'm not going anywhere.
He reached down and squeezed her hand before turning to look at Shannon.
Mom, I want you to meet someone. This is Shannon. She's very important to me, and I wanted you to meet her.
Mary's eyes were closed again, but she almost looked like she smiled. Shannon felt unsure, but she stepped up to the bed and held Hudson's hand in hers. "Hi, Mrs. Jennings. It's so nice to meet you. I wanted to tell you that you have a wonderful son. You should be very proud of him." Her eyes opened once more, and she seemed to struggle as she looked from Hudson to Shannon. She smiled a little and then closed her eyes again. She took a great deal of effort to speak and said, "I love you, Hudson. I want you to be happy."
I love you too. You taught me everything I know, and I'm so thankful for you. I love you, Mom.
Hudson clung to her with one hand and to Shannon with the other. He leaned down and laid his cheek against his mother's for several moments. Mary didn't speak again. The nurse brought Shannon a chair, and she took a seat as Hudson sat up on the hospital bed. She held his hand as they sat in the quiet of the room. The only sounds were the monitors and the shallow, struggling breathing of his mother. Shannon and Hudson spoke on and off, and the nurse checked Mary's pulse and kept an eye on the monitors. "Would you mind if I played some music? Maybe a hymn or something?" Shannon asked, quietly. Hudson nodded.
I think she would like that.
Shannon pulled out her phone and began to select hymns. She played one after the other at a low volume. Some of them were musical arrangements, and sometimes voices sang the verses. Shannon quietly sang along to one she knew, but Hudson sat quietly, watching his mother. They remained like that for several hours. Shannon almost drifted off to sleep in the chair, but Hudson remained unmoving and wouldn't leave his mother's side. In the early morning hours, Mary drew her last breath. They watched for her to breathe again, but she was gone. The nurse checked on her, turned off the monitors, and quietly said to Hudson, "I'm sorry, Mr. Jennings." Hudson laid on the bed next to his mother and hugged her tight. When he stood after a few minutes, his cheeks were stained with tears, and he didn't speak, but he kissed her one last time on the cheek and then turned and walked from the room. Shannon stood, unsure of whether she should follow him or not, but she didn't want to stay in the room. She caught the door as it almost closed behind him and followed him out. He made it to the stairs, where he collapsed on the top and sat down. Shannon went to him and put her arms around him. He turned and buried his face on her shoulder. She let him cry, onto her shoulder as long as he needed. When he pulled back and looked at her, he only said, "Sorry." "Don't be sorry. I'm glad I can be here with you."
I know this wasn't what you were expecting for your evening.
She gave him a small smile. "Hudson, you haven't been what I expected from the moment I met you." He almost smiled at that.
I should probably let you go home. Oh, but are you hungry? I just realized we never ate.
He dropped his face into his hands. "Don't worry about that. This was more important. But do you need something? I could fix you something if you're hungry." He waved his hand.
No, I don't think I could eat.
He sniffed again.
I just don't know how I will get along without her.
Shannon took his hand and squeezed it. "You don't. You keep her memory here." She placed his hand on his heart. "And you miss her, and you think about her, and you go and make her proud of you." Hudson looked at her with red, watery eyes.
Thank you,
he whispered. Shannon couldn't help herself. She leaned in and kissed his lips. She could taste the saltiness from the tears on his face. She leaned back and placed their foreheads together and ran her fingers through his hair. "You're welcome," she whispered back. Chapter 18. Hudson looked at himself in the mirror. He wore a black suit and tie, but his eyes showed his exhaustion. The past few days had taken everything out of him physically and emotionally. He stood in the bathroom of the funeral home, waiting to begin the service for his mother. The arrangements had come together quickly. Mary had planned many of the details herself long before she had a stroke. Hudson hated the idea that his mother had thought of what she would want at her funeral, but he was glad to know she would be pleased with the service. She had always planned to be buried in her hometown in Georgia, and Hudson saw to it that she got her wish. He was grateful that Shannon had traveled with him. In fact, he was grateful for everything Shannon had done. He didn't think he would have made it without her. She had held his hand as his mother passed, and then stood beside him as they made all the arrangements. She had been there every day, making sure he ate food and changed clothes and slept at least a little. He knew he would never be able to repay her. If all that wasn't enough, he had been completely overwhelmed when he walked into the funeral home and saw dozens of flower arrangements that had been delivered. His mother didn't have much close family, so he expected that the flowers were from Jennings Enterprises clients. He was surprised when he began to read the cards and found that almost all of them were from people and businesses in Pine Haven. Shannon was smiling when he turned to face her. "Did you know?" he asked. "Yes, everyone wanted to send something. I had so many calls and texts asking for the name of the funeral home. I finally had to ask Paige to help send out the information." She came close and encircled his left arm with both of hers. "You're part of our town now." He smiled. "My mother would have liked that. I'm sorry she didn't get to know anyone in town. She would have been so happy there." Shannon squeezed his arm. "You made her happy there." Now, as he stared at his reflection, he tried to gather his thoughts before he walked out. He knew the room was filled with people, mostly business associates and friends of his mother's. He needed a minute before he walked into that. When he finally felt ready, he walked out the door. Shannon stood in the hallway waiting for him. She didn't say anything, but held out her hand. He took it in his and tucked her hand into the crook of his arm. Despite the fact that it was a funeral, he couldn't help but notice how beautiful she looked. She wore a black dress with short, capped sleeves, and the hem fell just below her knees. Her black heels made her a little taller today, and her pearl earrings were set off by her hair that was pulled back in the front. "Thank you." He leaned close to her ear to speak. "For what?" "For everything, but mostly just for being here." "I'm happy to be with you," she said with a smile. She stayed close to his side as she shook hands and greeted people, and then took a seat beside him when the service was beginning. The service was simple. Hudson spoke for a few minutes about his mother. He rose and slowly made his way to the podium. He cleared his throat and gave a small smile before he began. "My mother was a wonderful woman. My best memories of her are from my childhood. She would let me and my brother build these elaborate forts using pillows and blankets in our room. We would pretend to go on adventures like sailing the seas as pirates or exploring a jungle with wild animals. She would come and ask us all about our adventures and even give us ideas for new ones." He paused and gave a chuckle. "I'm sure none of you can imagine her as a pirate or a jungle explorer, but she would do it for us. She wasn't the mom who baked cookies or crafted, but she was always there for us. She would ask about my day when I got home from school, and even when I went to college, she would call every week just to make sure I was okay. She would say she just wanted to hear my voice. I'm not sure if she knew how much I needed to hear hers. So I guess I just want to say thank you, Mom, for being there for me. And now you've gone on ahead of us to the next adventure. But I'll miss you and can't wait to see you again." His voice quivered as he finished his remarks. He returned to his seat, but just as he glanced over the crowd before turning around, he saw a familiar face in the back row. Shock washed over him at the sight of his father. He couldn't decide if he wanted to be angry or grateful that he had come. He leaned toward angry, but tried to push the thoughts away and instead focus on the words of the pastor offering a prayer. "Thank you for coming today and sharing your condolences. The family will be saying goodbye to Mary in a private graveside service. They wish to express their gratitude to you." Hudson stood and took Shannon's hand. They stood as the pallbearers took the casket out, and then he led Shannon out the door to follow them without glancing back. They went straight to the car, where his driver opened the door for them. They didn't speak much on the way to the cemetery. It was a short drive, and before Hudson knew it, they stood by the graveside for his final goodbye to his mother. Shannon stayed back while he went forward and placed his hand on the casket. "Goodbye, Mom," he whispered. He stepped back and nodded to the funeral director, who gave the signal to lower the casket. Hudson couldn't stand and watch, so he brushed past Shannon as he turned to go. But steps away, he stopped in his tracks. At the gate to the cemetery was a black limo, and leaning against it stood the one person Hudson didn't want to see today. He lowered his eyebrows and clenched his teeth together. "Come on, Shannon, let's go." Shannon turned and seemed surprised by his rush. She looked over and saw where his gaze pointed. "Is that—" She trailed off. "Yes, come on." He hurried her to the car, but not fast enough. Walter approached and called out to him. "Hudson." He had no choice but to turn around. "Dad," Hudson said harshly, "I'm sorry about your mother. I wish I had been there." This was too much for Hudson. "Don't lie. If you had wanted to be there, you could have." Walter hung his head. "I know, son. I'm sorry I wasn't there. There's a lot I'm sorry about." Hudson held up his hand. "Not today." He turned and walked away. Shannon followed behind him as he climbed into the car. Shannon tried to focus on the meeting she was in, but it was no use. Her thoughts and emotions ran back and forth from wanting to call Hudson and wanting to distance herself from him. It had only been 2 days since the funeral, and today was the first day she had left him alone since his mother died. But she had to be at work today. They had been very understanding at the club about her taking the time off, but it was time to get back to work, especially since this week they were interviewing for her replacement. But now the thought of leaving was making her sick to her stomach, which was ridiculous, since Hudson would be back in New York before she moved. She shook her head and told herself she needed to get a grip. They would figure this out somehow, wouldn't they? "All right, thanks, everybody." Russell Pierce stood, and Shannon realized the meeting was over. "Shannon?" Paige came over to her friend. "Are you all right?" "Yes," Shannon nodded. Then she scrunched her eyebrows. "I think so. Maybe." Paige gave her a kind smile. "Come on, let's walk to your office together." Shannon nodded again and fell into step beside Paige. When they reached Shannon's office and closed the door, Shannon fell into her office chair. "How's Hudson?" "I think he's all right. You know he expected her to go before too long. But it was still sooner than he thought. And expecting it doesn't make it easy." "I'm sure." Paige knew all about the pain of losing parents, since hers had both died when she was 19. "Is there anything we can do?" "Not really. Everyone was so kind to send flowers, but now he's packing up to go to New York next week." Shannon brushed at the tears filling her eyes. "And how do you feel about that?" "I don't know." Shannon tried not to yell. "It's crazy, right? I mean, I'm upset that he's leaving, but I'm not staying here either. And the whole thing has always been ridiculous. I don't want to move to New York, and I don't want to be a billionaire's girlfriend. I want to go to work with poor kids. How can I justify those together?" Paige smiled. Sometimes things don't make sense to us. And sometimes we have to take the long way around to figure out where we really want to go. But you like him? Yes. Do you love him? Shannon stared at her friend. I don't know. I've tried so hard not to, but I think I might. Then you should tell him that. I'm pretty sure he feels the same way. Then you talk and you figure out how to make it work, Paige said. Shannon gave a sarcastic laugh. That easy, huh? Paige shrugged. Not always easy, but I think usually it's easier than we think. I've told you before, but the first step is praying. And the second step? Deciding what you really want. Chapter 19. Hudson watched out the window of his house. He didn't want to turn and see the suitcases behind him that were packed. His father had given him more time to return to the city after his mother died, but now it was time. He wished he could put it off longer, but what was the point? Eventually he would be going to New York, and Shannon would be leaving for Louisiana. He sighed, thinking about the past few days and how close they had gotten. She had held his hand and stood by him for every moment. He knew he could never repay her, so he was going to do the best thing he could for her. She pulled up now into the circular driveway, and he watched her climb from the car. She stood for a moment, and he saw her let out a sigh. He wondered what she was thinking and whispered a silent prayer that God would prepare her for what was coming. He took slow steps towards the door and put on a half smile before opening it. Hey, Shannon immediately greeted him with a hug. Hi, it's good to see you, Hudson said, holding her tight. Please come in. He watched her face as she turned and saw the suitcases in the hallway, and she froze. So I guess you're going now? Come on, let's go in the living room. He led her to the couch and waited until they were both seated to speak again. Yes, I'm going. It's time for me to get to the city and officially start in my new role. All right, that's good, I guess. Shannon tried to put on a brave face, but he could see through it. You know it's not my choice. Shannon gave an exaggerated sigh. You keep saying that, but I don't see you doing anything to change it. We've been over this. It's not a choice I have to make. You could quit. It's not that simple. But I saw the way you looked at your dad at the funeral. How can you go back and work for him? I don't know. Really, I don't. I don't want to be my father. Seeing him there at the funeral, as if he cares now, it made my blood boil. I don't want to be him. And with God's help, I won't be. But I still can't walk away from this. Not now. Probably not ever. I guess there's not much else to say then. I disagree. I have a lot to say to you. Shannon gave him her full attention, but her eyes showed her uncertainty. Shannon, I have loved every moment we've spent together. At first, you made me think differently about myself because of your spunk and how you wouldn't back down from telling me I was rude to you. But the more I got to know you, the more I've seen that you care so much about people. You see their good and their bad, and you are there for the people in your life. I feel honored to have been the recipient of that care. I can't tell you how much it has meant to me to have your support during this time with my mother. He paused and swallowed hard to pull down the emotion rising. Shannon reached out and took his hands. I care about you too, Hudson. I did think you were rude and spoiled when I first met you. She smiled as she teased him. But I'm glad I got to know the real you, and I like the real you. Hudson looked up and met her eyes. I'm glad we've gotten closer, and I wouldn't trade that for anything. He cleared his throat. But I've been thinking a lot the last few days. Seeing my mother go through what she did and now watching her die here has changed my perspective on things. Shannon sat up a little straighter, and her face looked hopeful. I don't want to see you go through life like she did. And I know that coming to New York and living the life I live isn't what you really want, is it? Shannon dropped her gaze, but her decision was unwavering. No, it's not. I want you to have everything you want in life. I want you to go and do the job you've trained for. I know you will be an amazing counselor, and those kids will be lucky to have you in their corner. She let a tear slide down her cheek, and Hudson reached to brush it away. He tucked a hair behind her ear and then crooked his finger to lift her chin. But I have to go to New York, and you need to live the life you were made for. I will always treasure our time together, but I have to stay with the path that's been planned my whole life. I know you don't understand, but it's what I have to do. He stopped and leaned forward and kissed her softly on the forehead. She stood and didn't look him in the eyes. Goodbye, Hudson, she said quietly and turned to go. He listened to her footsteps walk across the foyer and the sound of the door open and close. Goodbye, Shannon. Chapter 20. Sunlight began to stream in the window of Hudson's New York apartment, but he didn't want to get up. He hadn't wanted to get up any day since he returned to the city. He felt sick to his stomach from morning to night. He knew letting Shannon go had been the right thing. He never wanted to convince her to be with him against her better judgment. But that didn't make him feel any better about it. He wondered what she was doing now as he got up and showered and dressed to go to the office. He had been working here for almost a week, and he was shocked that his dad hadn't been to the office once. That might seem normal for someone who was retiring, but not for Walter Jennings. Hudson shook off the strange notion that something was wrong and just thanked his luck that he hadn't had to work with his dad. He was still angry and frustrated with him and didn't know if he was ready for that yet. He stared at the ceiling inside, and he knew he had to let go of that anger, but he couldn't do it on his own. God, he prayed out loud, I don't want to feel this way, but I'm still mad at him. Mad that he sent my mom away, mad that he wasn't there for me ever. But that's not doing me any good. God, you've been gracious to me and forgiven me for everything I've ever done wrong. He paused as he thought about his dad and how he really felt. He needs you too, Lord. It would take a miracle, but I'd pray for just that. A miracle for my dad. Show him yourself and change his heart. Hudson wanted to have faith that it would happen, but it was small. He pulled himself out of bed to get ready for the day. He dressed in a dark suit and made his way down the elevator where his driver waited for him in front of the building. He was getting used to the routine, leaving for work in the morning, returning at night, trying not to think of Shannon all day. He knew he would never forget her, but he hoped one day it might not hurt so much. He arrived at his normal time, and his assistant brought him coffee and went over the schedule for the day. Hudson tried to focus, but he stared out the window as she spoke. Yes, thank you, he said when he realized she had stopped speaking. She left and closed the office door behind her. Hudson continued to stare out the window. Finally, he drug himself to his laptop where he opened his email and began going over a report. He was just getting into it when a knock sounded and his door opened. His assistant appeared in the doorway, her face full of concern. "I'm sorry, Mr. Jennings, but you're needed on the phone. It's about your father."
My father?
Hudson raised his eyebrows and grabbed the phone from his desk.
Hello, this is Hudson Jennings. Mr. Jennings, this is Dr. Lowenstein. I'm your father's private physician. Yes, of course, we've met before. What's going on? Hudson, it's your father. He's not doing well. And I think it would be good if you came and saw him. I don't know how much longer it will be.
How much longer? Hudson leaned back in his chair in confusion. But what happened?
I'm sorry to say, he's going downhill faster than we expected. Expected? What are you talking about? What is expected?
There was a long pause. Dr. Lowenstein's voice sounded shocked when he said,
Hudson, you don't know about your father's illness? No,
Hudson practically shouted.
What illness?
The doctor sighed.
I'm sorry. I knew you hadn't been to see him, but I thought it was because you didn't want to. I had no idea you didn't know. He's kept it very private from everyone in the company, but I thought you would know. Hudson, your father has late-stage lung cancer.
Hudson's head felt like it was spinning, and like the room was spinning in the opposite direction. He held on to the desk, trying to steady himself, but he couldn't wrap his mind around this. Lung cancer? How long has he known? He finally managed to ask.
About 5 months. It had already spread when we found it. There wasn't much we could do, and your father wanted to die with dignity.
Dignity. Hudson muttered the word. So that's why he had wanted to retire now and leave Hudson in charge. He wanted to step down before anyone knew what was wrong. Hudson's insides were a mixture of sadness and anger.
God,
he prayed silently,
help me to know what to do. I want to be mad, but I need to go see him. How do I do that now? Help me.
He knew he shouldn't waste time, so he gathered his strength and spoke into the phone.
I'll be there soon.
An hour later, Hudson sat in his car outside his father's house. It wasn't where he had grown up. That house had long been sold. Hudson had hurried to have his assistant cancel everything in his day so he could rush here. But now he felt unable to move from the car. What would he say to his dad? Did Walter even know that the doctor had called him? Hudson sighed. He had so many more questions than answers. He knew there was only one way to find out. He prayed again for strength and for an extra dose of grace for his father, and for the miracle he knew was needed for his father's spiritual condition. Then he stepped out of the car and climbed the steps to the front door. A maid answered the doorbell, and Hudson told her he was there to see his father. She led him up the stairs to his father's bedroom. Fear and sadness gripped him as he felt eerily similar to walking into his mother's sick room only a couple of weeks ago. He knocked once and then walked in without waiting for permission. One look at his father's face and he knew it was bad. Walter had an oxygen mask over his face, but he was pale and ashen. Hudson's heart sank.
Hudson.
Walter's voice was weak, and the one word caused him to start coughing. Hudson went to his side and stood to wait until the fit passed.
Dad, I had no idea.
Walter shook his head and pulled the oxygen to the side again.
I didn't want anyone to know. I was going to tell you, but then your mother...
He trailed off.
It's all right, Dad. I'm here now.
Walter seemed unsure of what to say, but finally said,
I'm glad you're here. What does the doctor say? Weeks, maybe. Maybe not that long. I thought I had months, but this disease seems ready to take me sooner than that.
You didn't do any treatment? Walter shook his head.
It was too late. There was nothing to be done.
He sighed.
There's a lot of things in my life that I waited too long for.
Dad, that's not true. It's never too late.
Your mother,
He said. Dad, don't do this now.
there is nothing but now, son. I need to say it. I shouldn't have let her go, and I should have paid more attention. I'm sorry I wasn't there when she was sick. I thought I could tie up the business and then go and see her. I didn't mean to wait too long.
There was nothing you could have done.
But I could have been there, and I could have been there for you.
Dad, Hudson felt emotion rising to his throat. It's all right. Let's just sit. Catch your breath. You don't have to say all of this.
Yes, I do. And son, you know that preacher friend of yours.
Lewis? Hudson didn't hide his shock that his father was asking him.
Yes, I want you to ask him to come.
To come here?
Yes, I need to talk to him.
Dad, But he didn't know what to say. Walter started coughing again, and Hudson took the oxygen mask and placed it back on his mouth. Just rest, Dad. We can talk later, Hudson said, although he wasn't sure how much later there was. He sat next to his dad's bed in a chair and pulled out his phone. He texted Lewis and gave him as much detail as he could and asked him to come as soon as possible. Hudson spent the next couple of hours alternating between sitting, pacing the room, and staring out the window over his father's estate. He prayed more than he ever thought possible. That God would show him what to say and what to do, that God would comfort his father, that God would use Lewis to turn his dad's heart to him, and most of all, that God would spare his father long enough that Hudson could find a way to forgive his father. When Lewis arrived that evening, he knocked on the door and Hudson went to greet him. Lewis looked over at Walter and said, "How is he?" "I don't really know. I didn't know until today that he was sick, but the doctor said he is declining quickly." "I'm sorry, Hudson. Do you want me to pray for him?" "He asked me to have you come. I'm not sure why, but I want to see what he wants from you." "All right." The two men approached the bedside, and Hudson gently touched his father's arm. "Dad," he said. Walter's eyes opened, and he stared at Hudson for a moment. "Dad, Lewis is here. Lewis, this is my father. Walter. Dad, this is Lewis. He came to see you." "Hi, Mr. Jennings. It's nice to meet you."
Thank you for coming. I need.
He looked at Hudson nervously. "Dad, do you want me to leave so you can talk?" Hudson offered. He didn't want to, but he wanted his dad to have what he needed and to talk freely.
No, you can stay. You need to hear this. Pastor, I've been wrong. I was wrong to live the way I did, and I'm sorry. I need to say I'm sorry. I need forgiveness.
Hudson's heart pounded as his father uttered the same word he had been praying about all day. Lewis smiled. "Mr. Jennings, I am happy to talk to you, and I can walk you through this, but I can't forgive you. I don't have the power to do that, but Jesus can, and I can show you the way to him. Is that what you want?" Walter nodded. Hudson fell into the chair across the room in disbelief at what was happening. "God, I never thought I would see this." Lewis spoke. "Walter, do you know that you have sinned?" Walter nodded, tears coming to his eyes as he struggled for each breath. "Sin separates us from God.
He is holy and he cannot tolerate sin. But because he loves us, he sent Jesus to die on the cross to take our punishment for our sins. It's hard to believe, but it's true. All he asks of us is that we confess our sins to him and ask him for forgiveness. Then Jesus' blood covers us. He paused to look at Walter. Do you understand that?
Walter nodded.
And are you ready to do that?
Walter nodded again, his eyes eager and pleading for help.
Hudson,
Lewis turned to him.
Would you like to join us?
Hudson rose from his seat and approached his father's bed. The two locked eyes, and Hudson could see the desperation in his father's face. Hudson reached out and took his hand.
Let's pray. Walter, I know it's difficult to speak. If you want to pray out loud, you can, but if you can only pray in your heart, God can hear you. And there are no magic words or special order of prayer. You just tell God that you know you've sinned and ask him to forgive you.
All three men closed their eyes.
Dear Father in heaven, thank you for this time. Thank you that you brought Hudson into my life and now brought me here to Walter. Lord, you know his heart and his story from day one. I pray you will draw him to yourself.
He paused before saying,
Walter, you pray.
Walter removed his oxygen mask and spoke quietly but surely.
God, I'm sorry. I haven't lived a good life. I thought I did some good things, but I've had my priorities backward my whole life. I see that now. I wasn't a good husband or a good father, and I'm sorry. I have sinned, God, and I'm sorry for that. Please forgive me.
He paused as his voice cracked, and Hudson looked up to see tears on his father's cheeks, something he had never seen before.
God, thank you for Jesus and for loving me even though I don't deserve it.
He sniffed and covered his mouth with the mask again, taking a few breaths. Then he pulled it away and prayed.
And God, please help my son. I love him, God. I'm sorry I haven't shown him, but he's a good man. Give him a good life. Amen.
Hudson's own eyes brimmed with tears now. He tried to keep them at bay, his emotions still stirred within him in more directions than he could count. Why was all this happening now? Was he really gaining his father only to lose him?
Son,
Walter said.
I'm sorry. It's all right, Dad. You should rest now.
Walter looked like the emotion and the praying had taken everything out of him. He nodded slowly as he put the oxygen mask back in place and closed his eyes. Hudson quietly stepped away from the bed and Lewis followed.
What do you think?
Lewis asked.
Like if it was real?
Hudson raised his eyebrows.
Sure, just wondering your thoughts. Well, he's never said anything like that before.
I'm sure it's fear and realizing it really might be the end.
But I think it's sincere. He's a businessman, and a good one. He won't make a deal he doesn't stand behind.
Lewis nodded.
What can I do for you?
Hudson spread one hand across his forehead and rubbed his temples.
I don't know. This is all hitting me pretty fast. This morning I was going to work grieving my mother and missing the girl I left behind, and now I'm standing at my father's bedside while he's dying and accepting Christ.
He shook his head.
So I don't know. That's a lot to take in,
Lewis said.
I can stay if you want, or you know how to reach me if you need anything. Thanks, I'm good for now. I want to talk to the doctor more and find out what we should expect. All right, I'll check in on you in the morning if I haven't heard from you by then. Thanks, man, I appreciate it.
And Hudson? Lewis gave him a pointed look.
Yeah. I think you should call that girl.
Chapter 21. Hudson laid awake most of the night. He had called the doctor and had a lengthy conversation about his father.
He confirmed what his father had said. It could be weeks, could be days. Hudson hated the uncertainty, but he knew one thing. He didn't want to miss any of the time his father had left. Early the next morning, he headed to his father's house only after a few hours of sleep. He called the office and spoke to his assistant. Taking care of anything he needed to from his phone and computer was the plan for the foreseeable future. He tiptoed into his father's room, but it wasn't necessary. He found him awake.
Hey, Dad, how are you feeling this morning?
Terrible, Walter said, but he cracked a smile.
I'm sorry. Is there anything I can do for you?
Walter shook his head. He looked to be gathering himself to speak. Son, he began, I have some things to tell you.
It's all right, Dad. You don't have to say anything. I just want to sit with you.
Walter shook his head. Son, I understand what's happening here. I already told you. I thought I had more time, but I don't, so let me say this. Hudson nodded and pulled the chair up to sit near the bed. When I first found out, my biggest concern was getting everything in line for the company. I wanted to retire and have you take over before I was gone. He took a breath from the oxygen mask before going on. I mean it when I said it was always my dream to pass on the company to my son. He paused as his eyes filled with tears. I already missed that chance with one son, and I didn't want to miss it with you.
It's okay. I understand. I know you've worked hard to build the company your whole life.
But when I started to get worse, I realized I didn't have time to spend with you. I couldn't train you to run the company like me, and I was terrified. But I started thinking it would be all right. You would figure it out, and you would get the chance to run it like you want it run. And then that made me realize running the company was all I ever wanted to do. I was proud to take over from my dad. I was never happier than when I was working here. But that's not for you, Hudson. You have other plans and ideas, and it was never fair for me to force you into taking over here.
Dad, that means a lot to me for you to say that, but I'm settling in here now. I appreciate you saying you trust my abilities to run the company my way. Really, that means more than you know. And I will, Dad. I'll make you proud.
But son, you're not understanding. I'm trying to tell you, I want you to be happy. I want you to do what you want. If you want to work for the company, do that, but don't do it for me. I hope you will stay on the board and keep the family name on the business. But if you want to start your own thing, you have my blessing. Hire someone to step in as CEO and be happy. If you do that, you will make me more proud than I could say. Hudson couldn't believe the words coming out of his father's mouth. He patted Walter on the hand and said,
Thanks, Dad.
So many thoughts swirled around in his head that he didn't know what to focus on. Only one thing was clear. God really did do miracles. Shannon stared at the small box of her things on the desk. She felt frozen in the spot until she heard a knock at her half-open door. Hey, Paige said. You all packed up? Shannon shrugged. I guess so. I didn't really have much of my own stuff here. I didn't settle in too much since I knew it was only temporary. Paige came around the desk and gave her a hug. You know, I'm really going to miss you around here. We've worked together almost the whole time I've been at the club. It's hard to imagine it without you. Shannon tried to smile at her friend. I know, it feels sad. Like the ending of the chapter. Yes, but the beginning of a brand new one. I know you're going to do great, and I hope you'll come to visit often.
Of course, I'll be back to see my parents, so I'll stop by whenever I'm in town. And who knows, maybe I'll move back someday. Yes, who knows? Paige glanced around the room, but seemed like she wanted to say something else. Go ahead and ask, Shannon said knowingly. Have you heard anything from him? No. The one word spoke volumes. I'm sorry. Me too, Shannon said. But it wasn't going to work, so it's better that he cut it off when he did. I do wonder if he'll be back here. He said he feels like Pine Haven is his first real home. I hope he won't lose that on account of me. Paige tucked her arm through Shannon's elbow. It will be all right. You'll be all right, and he'll be all right. But the fact that you care about him losing this town says a lot about you and how you feel. Shannon wanted to change the subject. I'm heading out in the morning. But we're still doing dinner tonight, right? Yep, I'll be there. Shannon spoke of the going-away dinner her mom had planned. See you then. She picked up her box and walked past Paige as she left the office. She made it outside before she turned to look at the entrance of the country club. Definitely the end of a chapter, she said. She turned and slowly walked to her car in the employee parking lot. She wondered what Hudson was doing in the next chapter of his life, the one he was living without her. Chapter 22. Shannon couldn't believe how quickly she had settled in at camp. She had been here 3 weeks already, and even though it had gone by so fast, she felt like she had been here her whole life. This is what I was made to do, she thought. She stood outside her office, watching the kids in the after-school program playing kickball. She sipped a hot cup of afternoon coffee. She hadn't been able to figure out how to make it as good as the coffee at the club, but it would do. Miss Shannon? Lauren, one of the students, came over to see her. She was 8 years old and came to the after-school program with her 2 younger brothers. Hey, Lauren, how's it going? Shannon took a seat on the step and patted the space next to her. Lauren took a seat and stared at the ground. Shannon waited for her to speak, but no words came. Did you play kickball? No. Why not? I don't like kickball. That's all right. Would you like to do something else? The girls over there are drawing with chalk, and I think those kids over there are playing cards. Can I just sit here with you? Of course you can. Shannon's heart broke for the girl. From their few conversations, she had gathered that her birth mother had left them at school one day and never showed back up. Lauren hadn't opened up to her foster parents, so she knew the girl was lonely. Is there anything you would like to talk about? Lauren shook her head. Shannon pressed on. Do you have a favorite subject at school? Art, Lauren said without hesitation. Oh, really? Do you like to draw or paint or what? I like all of it, but drawing's my favorite. Wow, I bet you're pretty good. I have some colored pencils and markers in my office. Would you like some paper to draw on? The girl nodded eagerly, and Shannon went to fetch the items. Glancing out the window while she gathered paper and pencils, Shannon saw Lauren's face as she waited. She felt warm all over seeing the joy on the girl's face. Thank you, God, for bringing me here. I know this is where I'm supposed to be. She sighed at the thought that came to her every day. She wished she could call Hudson and tell him about it. He would be so happy for her, but she couldn't do that. And so, she went back outside, and just like every day, she was happy to be working and thankful for this job. But also like every day, it was overshadowed by her grief
of not seeing Hudson. That night, when all the campers were gone and she locked up her office for the day, she drove home to her little apartment. It was nothing like Hudson's skyline view of New York, and maybe a tenth of the size of his apartment, but she liked it well enough. One room and bathroom, with a tiny kitchen and a small living room space was all she needed. She really only came home to eat dinner and sleep. She was eager to get to work every day and plan activities for her kids. Maybe she was also eager to run away from the loneliness she felt. She hadn't made many friends in town, at least ones that were over the age of 12. She tried to push the thoughts away as she bustled around the kitchen, making herself spaghetti for dinner. Once everything was prepared, she sat on the couch and turned on the TV while she ate. But after flipping channels and finding sitcoms and romantic movies that would only make her feel more lonely, she turned it off and sat in silence. She blew out a big breath and prayed out loud. God, did I mess up? Should I have tried harder to make it work with Hudson? She paused as a single tear slid down her cheek. He was so kind to me, and I've never cared about someone as much as I did him. But we're from different worlds. Could it have ever really worked? She let that thought hang in her mind as she tried to imagine living her life with him. That she could imagine, but she couldn't imagine moving to New York and giving up her own dreams. And being here now, she knew that this was what she was supposed to do. So how could she walk away from that? It was no use thinking about it now. He had made his decision and she had made hers. There was no going back, no matter how badly she missed him. Chapter 23. Hudson thanked the last guests for coming and said goodbye. His father's funeral had been hard, and he was exhausted. But he was grateful that Lewis had come to speak at the service. His father's last wish was that his service be about Jesus, and that they would tell everyone he was sorry he had waited so long, but he had given his heart to God. Lewis had done a wonderful job. Hudson had also shared about his father's life and accomplishments, and he hoped his dad would be proud of the way he had spoken. A reception had followed at his father's home, and Hudson had lost count of the people who had come to give their condolences. Business colleagues, clients, distant family that Hudson hadn't seen in years. The house was full, and Hudson's heart was full too. The final few weeks of Walter Jennings' life had been joyful and peaceful. Hudson had been at his side, talking, praying, reading the Bible to him. If Hudson had doubted his father's conversion at first, he had no reason to doubt after the time they spent together. Walter was hungry to know about Jesus and spent time in prayer every day. They had 3 weeks together. But Walter's decline was quick. In the last 2 days, Hudson knew he would go at any moment. Hudson's mind flashed back to his mother's passing, with Shannon at his side. He desperately wished that she was with him then. But he remembered her playing worship songs, so he pulled out his phone, and his father's last hours passed, with songs of praise filling the room. Now Hudson walked into his father's living room and sank into the couch. Pete walked out from the kitchen to join him, the only person left besides the staff. "It was a nice service," Pete said. "Yes, it was," Hudson responded, rubbing his chin. "I still can't believe he's gone. It all happened so fast." Hudson sighed. "I feel the same way. I'm sorry, man. I can't imagine how you feel now." "Alone," Hudson wanted to say. But that wasn't quite true. He had felt God's presence with him more than ever in the past few days, but he ached to hold Shannon's hand every day, too.
What do you think you'll do now?
Pete asked.
Hudson shrugged. Go home, I guess, and then back to work Monday morning.
Here? At the office?
Yeah, why not?
Pete threw his hands up in the air.
Because you've never wanted to do that, and because your father gave you his blessing to go do what you want. So go do what you want.
Hudson dropped his face into his hand.
The problem is I don't know what that is anymore.
Pete stood and went to stare Hudson down.
No, that's not the problem. I don't believe that. The problem is that you're scared.
Hudson furrowed his eyebrows. He didn't want to argue with his friend.
I'll figure it out. I just need some time. I just lost both of my parents, so life is a little upside down right now. So I'll go back to work at the company my father and grandfather built. I know I've always said I don't want to work there, but losing everyone changes your perspective.
Pete looked away and walked to stand leaning on the mantel.
I understand. Sorry.
He cleared his throat.
Did you eat anything? Want some dinner?
Actually, I don't think I did eat.
That reminded him of how Shannon brought him food and told him to eat every few hours after his mother died, but he pushed the thought away.
Wanna order pizza?
Sounds good. I'll take care of it.
Pete pulled out his phone, but he stopped to look at Hudson.
Look, I won't bring it up again. I know things are crazy right now and you're just trying to figure things out. But as your friend, I have to tell you, I saw the way you looked at her. So even if you don't, I know what you want. And I think you shouldn't waste too much time figuring that out.
Thanks for being my friend, Hudson said. Now order the pizza.
Chapter 24. Shannon breathed in the cool morning air and stared out over the camp lake. She had started a routine of walking to the lake each morning. It gave her time to think over her day and dream about program ideas for the campers. But mostly, it allowed her to pray in the quiet and the openness of the outdoors. She called it her planning time and carried a notebook with her. The other staff knew where to find her if they needed her, but the freedom to work anywhere on the campus was a huge perk of her position. Her first few weeks had quickly grown into a couple of months, and she was content with her job. But she still couldn't shake the feeling of homesickness. The fall temperatures were still mild, but the morning was colder than normal, and Shannon tucked her hands into her jacket pockets. God, she whispered, this place is beautiful, but I can't but feel that I'm still an Alabama girl at heart. I'm missing Sweet Home Pine Haven. She sighed, knowing there wasn't anything to be done about that now. Would you help me build a life where I'm supposed to be? She fell silent for a few moments and listened to the wind blowing across the lake. She heard a rustling sound in the grass behind her, and she expected to see the camp dog that roamed the property every day. She smiled as she turned her head and stopped, frozen in place. Hudson. Her mouth wouldn't move, but her thoughts wouldn't slow down. Is it really him? Is he really here? What does he want? Move mouth, say something.
Hi,
Came the sound of his smooth, deep voice, and Shannon felt like she was melting right into the ground. Her eyes took him in, wearing jeans, a long-sleeved t-shirt, and a navy blue vest. He sure was a sight for sore eyes. What are you doing here? Shannon blurted out, mad at her mouth that was what it finally decided to say.
I came to see you.
He slowly walked closer to her until they stood a foot apart. Oh,
Shannon found it hard to breathe, and her mouth closed again.
I have some things I need to say to you.
All right.
I shouldn't have left the way I did. I'm sorry, Shannon.
She held up her hand, begging her emotions not to get involved. No, it's all right. I think you did the right thing. You knew it couldn't work, so you left.
Do you still think it can't work?
He stepped closer, and Shannon could feel the heat radiating from his body. With him so close, all logic and reason were leaving her mind. I don't know.
I've had time to think a lot since I left Pine Haven, and every moment I've been in New York, I have wanted to just go home.
Home?
Yes, home to Pine Haven, and to you.
But I'm not even there.
I know. Hudson shook his head, but it just seems like I should be there and that you should be too.
Shannon took a step back, trying to clear her mind. Hudson seemed to sense her resistance and took a step back too.
How are you? How is the job?
She tried to put on a smile. I love the job. It feels like exactly what I should be doing. But she gazed out over the lake and trailed off.
But what?
Hudson's eyes looked concerned. She sighed. But you're right, I miss Pine Haven and... She turned and looked him in the eyes. And you.
I've missed you too.
How's New York? Hudson narrowed his eyes.
My father died.
Shannon gasped. What? How? Hudson, oh, I'm so sorry. She couldn't help it. She went to him and reached for his hands.
Thank you. He had been sick for a while. It was lung cancer. By the time I knew it was close to the end. But Shannon, it was a miracle. He came to know the Lord, and he asked forgiveness for not being there for me and caring more about business than our family.
Oh, Hudson, that's wonderful. I'm so sorry that you lost him, but I'm glad he found peace.
That's exactly the way to put it. He was so at peace when he passed away.
I wish I had known.
I wanted to tell you, but I didn't know how.
It's all right. I just wish I could have been there.
You were always there in my heart.
Shannon looked away, but Hudson kept her hand in his.
My father wanted me to know he gave his blessing for me to do what I wanted to. Whether I wanted to stay with the company or branch out on my own, he made it my decision.
Shannon's eyes flew open, and she held his gaze. Really?
Yes.
So what are you going to do?
I've decided to stay with the company.
Oh. Shannon didn't hide her disappointment. She dropped her gaze and pulled her hands from him, turning to face the lake. Hudson was silent for several minutes. Shannon prayed inwardly that she would know what to say. I know you'll do great things and run the company with integrity. I'm sure you will make a fine CEO.
I'm not going to be CEO.
Hudson's voice washed over her, and she resisted the urge to turn and face him again. Oh?
I'm going to stay with the company, on the board, so I'll have some say, but I've hired a new CEO. I will be starting a new division within the company. It will be called the Jennings Foundation.
Shannon couldn't resist anymore. And what will that entail?
It will be the nonprofit arm of my family's portfolio. I've started with a generous donation from my father's estate and investment from the company. And it will be an opportunity to come alongside communities to start programs for helping in the community.
Like what?
like library funds, food pantries, and programs for youth and children.
Oh, Shannon said quietly.
And while I'll have to make frequent trips to New York, the foundation will be housed in Pine Haven.
Shannon felt like she might fall over. Really?
Really.
Wow, that's great, Hudson. I'm so glad for you.
But I have a real problem.
What's that?
My new board of directors for the foundation has agreed to purchase a plot of land to start a camp in Pine Haven. And I have no one to run the camp. I'll be running the foundation, and even though I want to be very involved, I just don't think I'm the person for that job.
Hudson. Shannon's voice was barely above a whisper, and she knew it was the tears filling in her eyes that caused Hudson to come to her now. He circled her with his arms while she laid her head on his chest. She breathed him in, his scent, his warmth. It was everything she had wanted these long months. She pulled back to look at him, but he didn't let her for long. He drew her in and kissed her lips. Shannon let her hands travel to cup the back of his head as she ran her fingers through his hair. Then she wrapped her arms around his neck and wished she could never let go. His arms held her firmly as his lips moved with hers. Shannon's giggle finally pulled them apart. You can't be serious.
Oh, but I am. Will you please say yes? Say you'll come back to Pine Haven and run the camp for me. I just don't know what I'll do without you.
Hudson, I never want to be without you again.
You'll never have to be,
he said, just before their lips met again. Are you sure? Shannon asked when they parted. I just want to make sure this is what you want. Hudson's eyes gleamed as he grinned at her.
You spend every day caring for and thinking about every person in your life, don't you?
Shannon shrugged as she snuggled into his embrace. I just want everyone to be taken care of.
Listen to me. I've never been more sure of anything in my whole life. And if you'll have me, I would love to spend the rest of my life with us taking care of each other.
I've never wanted anything more, Shannon said. And then she laced her fingers through his and stood on her tiptoes to kiss the man she knew she wanted to kiss for the rest of her life. Epilogue. The sun shone bright, and there wasn't a cloud in the sky. It was a perfect day for the grand opening celebration. Pete Collins stepped out of his rental car and leaned with his arm on the open door. He stared out over the open field in front of him, only a fraction of the 50 acres that held the new camp. He had grown up not 20 minutes from this spot, but he had tried hard to stay away since he left his hometown. His best friend had managed to get him back here for the occasion. He pretended to put up a fight, and he really did want to avoid the town, but he wouldn't miss this on account of his friend. Pete sighed and only hoped he wouldn't run into anyone from his past. Well, one particular someone anyway. He shut the car door and walked towards the field where a small gathering of people stood. It didn't take long to spot Hudson and Shannon. Their smiles might just be brighter than the sun. They stood close to each other, and Pete couldn't help but notice how both of their wedding rings sparkled even at this distance.
Pete,
Hudson called out, smiling at him. He and Shannon made their way towards him, and they met in the middle.
thanks for coming. It means so much to us for you to be here.
Of course, wouldn't miss it.
Does your mom know you came to town?
Hudson asked.
Yeah, I'm going to the house for dinner before I head back to the airport.
Good.
You know I wish you would stay for a longer visit.
Pete looked down and scuffed his shoes in the dirt,
Maybe next time.
although he was pretty sure there wouldn't be a next time. No matter. He turned the attention to Hudson.
But man, this is your day. I can't believe you're finally opening.
I know, Shannon agreed. It's been a long road, but we're so excited.
2 years, 3 months, and 17 days to be exact,
Hudson said. Pete and Shannon both stared at him.
since the day we signed the papers on the property.
Shannon laughed at her husband. Well, anyway, we're thrilled, and we're so glad you could be here. She went to give Pete a quick hug. The two had been fast friends once she and Hudson were serious. He had been honored to stand up as best man at their wedding last year. Come on over. We've got food and drinks. We'll start the ceremony a little bit, and we'll be doing tours of the property, too, Shannon said. The three walked towards the area where more people were beginning to gather. Pete looked around. A wide, white fence ran the length of the field, and in the distance he could see there were horses on the other side. A barn sat at the other end of the field. It was brand new and looked like no expense had been spared in its building. The edge of the woods showed an entrance to a walking path, and Hudson had told Pete the cabins were just up the hill. 10 cabins total, to host week-long camps in the summer and weekend retreats throughout the rest of the year. Before long, Hudson called everyone's attention and asked them to gather in front of the barn. Pete walked with the crowd and stood near the front. He wanted a good view of his friends for their big moment.
We want to thank everyone for coming today,
Hudson began. Shannon stood near him, and the two exchanged a quick glance and a smile.
Thank you to the Jennings Foundation and to Jennings Enterprises for starting us out with financing for this project. I want to thank my friend Pete Collins for serving on the foundation board and helping us dream up this project. It was Pete who introduced me to Pinehaven, and for that I will always be grateful. Not only did it give me a place to start a new dream with the foundation, but it brought me to the love of my life, my wife, Shannon. And it became the first place that has really felt like home to me. Shannon and I have shared our dream for this place, and it's our hope and prayer that it will be a home away from home, or a new home for kids of all ages. Whether they come for an after-school program, a weekend retreat, or a whole summer of camp, we pray that they are welcomed, cared for, and loved here at camp.
Hudson paused and cleared his throat as he seemed overcome with emotion. Shannon stepped up and took his hand, and he looked up to speak again.
We are dedicating the camp to my late mother, Mary Jennings, who loved people, and to my late father, Walter Jennings, who came to know Jesus in his final days. Both of them would be pleased with the work we hope to do here. But more than that, we dedicate this camp to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. It's in His name that we celebrate this grand opening today.
With that, he and Shannon took a giant pair of scissors and cut the giant red ribbon in front of the barn. The crowd cheered. "Welcome to camp!" Shannon and Hudson shouted together. Then Hudson turned and took Shannon in his arms and kissed her. Then they stepped back and held their arms towards the camp to welcome all of their guests into the home they had dreamed of creating. This has been Small Town Billionaire, a Christian small town romance, Sweet Home Billionaires, written by Hannah Jo Abbott, narrated by Kandace Peppers. Copyright 2020 by Hannah Jo Abbott. Production copyright 2020 by Hannah Jo Abbott.